Okay, everybody, I am back. Not gonna lie, was very tempted to make a second sandwich, but we're not gonna be that flagrant with our disregard for our. I've already eaten way too much food this weekend. I'm having a big boy weekend. Okay, so I was thinking about what we're chasing. Right, we're gonna get down some infrastructure first. Then we gotta focus. I mean, we gotta focus in general, but. Oh, excuse me. Maybe I should have waited a couple of minutes till the pipes cleared. We're going to continue our little build for our chips because they're going to be needed for everything. It usually winds up being a bottleneck in a lot of things, but after that, we're going to have to address the immediate bottleneck, which is petroleum, which is actually going to help us with our power problems. Because we're going to burn off the excess hydrogen, which is going to just be a whole fucking thing. So let's do the thing. How are you not getting any of this? Are we really that short? No, we can't be. Did I remember to hit supply on that? We are dumping so much iron into that. Are we that fucked on iron? Oh God. Okay, time to do some limiting on stuff. We're dragging iron over to here, which is getting used up as fast as we can make it. Alright, let's limit this down to, let's say, 1,000. So that should stop this thing from doing anything crazy. We'll do the same. We'll limit these to, let's call it 500. This stuff we can bring down to 2,500. This we don't need to limit. We've got plenty of that in the works. Over here, let's bring this down to 2K. You can be down to 2,500. Let's bring you down to, let's call it 500. Just so we can start moving things in the right direction. Coils are chewing up a lot. That should backfill a little. Putting out a lot of coils, but okay. Oh wait, we need to demand this? No, this is going to be set to storage. Right, and then that's going out there, and you need iron plate. So we are like legit hosed when it comes to iron. Alright, right here is some more iron we can tap, which is near this. So we got to get all of that iron. Yeah, we gotta come over here and like fully tap that iron. Because we just don't have enough iron plate going. How many freaking miners do we have? 21, perfect. I'll get a 7 on there. Five. Seven. Okay, how are we gonna do this? We need to get all of those producing. Well, there's copper there. There, then 1, 2, 3, out, in, 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Ish. Yeah. Right, that'll go there. Can you share the send M chat again for pinning? Seed, okay, yes. Four 97208-64-Z10-10. There you go. Thank you, Aya. Okay, so we need more sorters. God, this gets out of hand so fast. Oh, wow. Yeah, we should probably limit this. Well, we will eventually... Never mind. That's fine. That's fine. Everything is fine. The belts, though... Yeah, 2 full bits is plenty of belts. Because eventually we can just dump all those onto a line to be upgraded. We need to move those. Is pull from close, push to far. Is that what we're doing? Yeah. Okay, so... we're gonna have to get over to do stuff on our second planet real soon. Because there is just not enough stuff to... not enough resources to go around here. And then there's more over here. It's going to be a pain in the ass to get access to, but... God, our power is just absurd. Yeah, this is the problem, is everything slows down when your power grid is not doing great. I guess it's time to address that. Just no matter how much plate we put in here, it's not enough. I mean, we did slap down a lot of stuff, so I think eventually it might catch up with some of it, but it's gonna take a while. So let's start addressing the power issue and the petroleum issue, or the light oil, whatever, refined oil, etc., etc. All right, we have oil here. Do I have extractors? I think I have 1 or 2 extractors. Got 4 extractors and 12 refineries. Fair enough. Okay. The power elephant in the room. Yeah. We're gonna do some basic stuff here. Let's do a little math. So let's go to limiting factor of that. Maximize that. Recipes, right. Oh, so that could get us more petroleum. Not even petroleum. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is where the different recipes come in handy, right? So that requires coal, hydrogen, and 2 to get 3. So we could loop some of the hydrogen back into the system. So 2 crude gets us 2 of that. 1 of that. So the hydrogen... Okay, so we basically put all of it back in. So we put in crude, we get out 2 refined and 1 hydrogen. And then we get out and then we put in some coal, and it gets us an extra one of those. Okay. But I think we actually kind of want just the basic one, so we can burn off the hydrogen. Yeah, because we need power. So, that being said, let's get rid of that. So that's 12 refineries. Which is exactly what we have. So we're going to have to build more refineries. But we've got 2 of these here. So we're gonna tap that one to focus on petroleum, and we're gonna tap this one to do petroleum and hydrogen burn off. Where do we want to dump that? Oh, we got to make those. Oof. We can make that with stuff over at the dark fog. Oh, we don't have a lot of plate, though. That's like the main thing we're missing. Oh, no, we have plenty of that over at dark fog, because I dumped it into a... Yes! Good job, Nether. Good job. Okay, so we're going to need a bunch of those. Okay, we're starting to get where we need to with that. So let's take that. I already forgot what we were doing. Oh, these. Stone, gears, and coils. Magnets, which are not here. Gotcha. That's what we're lacking. Because we're burning all those, making up coils. But I think we've got some magnets on our main bus that we can yoink for our, like, original starter mall situation. So let's go yoink that stuff. Like right here? Yeah. $78. I don't think we need 78, but let's go with like 20. Let's go with 30. And then refineries, we need plasma exciters and steel, which I think we do have over at the dark fog, because we're going to need more of those. We're going to need just a ton of those as well. Steel. can we steal some steel? I bet you there's some in here. Yes. You never run out of a need for refineries. No matter where you are in the game, you just always need tons and tons and tons of refineries. We're making, that should probably be enough. We're gonna ferret away a couple of magnets over there just because we're low on them at the moment. Plasma exciters can go back in there. Nothing is calling for engines at the moment. Itty bitty living space, yep. Exactly. Now you need sulfuric acid. I'm at the point where I'm like, do I care how efficient I am with tower placement? We've got quite a few that we're doing. And I'm also thinking, like, where do I want to put the hydrogen burn off? Thinking kind of right here, maybe? We could do that, right? Paving the planet, paving the planet. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we're going to grab these guys. We need 12 of them, right? We're just going to leave a little bit of room, just in case we decide we want enough space to do something with proliferate. Leviathan, it's going good. We got a lot of stuff going. Just kind of putting up some actual stuff now that we got the ILS in place, so we're bringing in titanium and silicon from the second planet. It's coming in at a trickle because our logistics vessels are pretty slow. But now we're kind of doing the expand production of materials since we've got plenty of PLSs, while simultaneously dealing with supply issues. So you know how the game goes. Many goals, yeah, many goals. I would love it if we could actually get up, what do you call it? Some solar sails, but that is going to take a lot of work at this point. You go in there. You're going to output petroleum there. Not even petroleum. Refined oil. I can't stop calling it petroleum. You're going to output hydrogen there. Cool. Like, we need to deal with a power issue, so we're going to simultaneously deal with a power issue and a petroleum issue by setting up a bunch of burners. But yes, many, many goals for today. Connect all these fuckers.
Replication complete.
Supply that. Cool. It's not even remotely helping our power. Oh boy. Yep, this is the game, right? You let it get away from you, and then it's like, oh, well, you need to upgrade this. Well, you need to upgrade this. Well, you need to upgrade this. Well, you need to upgrade that. Unless you start everything from the beginning being super organized, it's always going to be a bit of a shit show. At least it doesn't get stagnant. Absolutely. Alright, that might get some things flowing again. Ugh. Okay, I just got to keep some sort of focus going here. We have a goal. We're trying to get to the point where we can drop a gas giant extractor on the gas giant we're orbiting so we can pull deuterium to make deuterium rods to help with power. All interconnected nonsense, right? And we're not actually running a full belt of this, which is why we're not getting as much of this. Okay, so we're gonna have to, let's merge these guys. Yeah, because we're only working at half capacity here. We've got plenty of oil on this planet, at least for a while. So we'll put all of this into doing the single recipe so that we can burn off hydrogen for power and put some refined oil into the cloud. Then we can go somewhere else to focus on putting more refined oil. That should get us going a little bit nicer. Now, I doubt it will do it, but since we're here, these can be double stacked, so let's just double stack these. In the odd event that we need it, I don't want a backup of hydrogen. The last time I did a playthrough, I did a massive ring of solar around the equator so that at all times half of it was running, which is not the greatest idea, but... it'd be good if they implement like a hydrogen motor. Yeah, hydrogen is weird. It's a bottleneck for a while, and then it's just like an ungodly amount of waste product at another point. So I feel like hydrogen is one of those big like balancing act things where it's like if you can get your hydrogen balanced out, you're like A-class player. Okay, so that's almost a full belt of refined oil. We're actually getting positive on that, and we've got enough hydrogen coming in to fuel, it looks like 8 or 9 generators. Maybe 10. Okay, yeah, so we're doing 10 generators. I mean, that's gonna have to work for now. The only form I can, like, balance the hydrogen, it's with deuterium farms, but when it fills, it's complicated to maintain. So what I was thinking about, what screwed me up last time, this is the only time in the game we're realistically going to be using PLSs, because ILSs have priority. So if you can set your priorities right on your ILSs, so that they only ever go to your gas giants when they absolutely need hydrogen. I think it's possible to use all of the hydrogen in processes. You just have to tell it to prioritize hydrogen being used in your being created as a waste product in your factories. All right, and just for reference here, 1, 2, 3. So when we want to double that up, we can, because I don't want to get out of order with that. Okay, blue chips, copper and silicon. Of course, it's silicon. Okay, so real quick, we're going to put all of this down to 0. Right? We're going to use now, and we're going to put that down. Hydrogen burns really well. Yeah. That's why we threw some down over here. Like, normally I would refine this either into... I would use the second tier to refine it into more refined oil for our systems, but I figured if we just use the first stage, we can burn off the hydrogen for power and try and, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone that son of a bitch. We want a different recipe. We want blue chips. Right? And then we're going to clear you and clear you. Clear you. We want blue, which requires silicon and copper. We're actually going to break that line, clear that, and do that. Can you feed thermal power plants? Yes, you can. That's what we're doing right now. I don't actually have to fly over there. So we're taking this crude, splitting it into hydrogen and refined oil, dumping the refined oil into here to get fed into our systems, and then burning off the hydrogen for power. Hydrogen seems to be able to supply off of 12 refineries, which eats a full belt of crude. Looks like we can get about 9 to 9.5 thermal power plants burning, plus get ourselves some refined oil on the line. We need more refined oil on the line, like pretty fast here, but oh, but you're using it like to cover the hydrogen produced in the yeah. Basically, we're sucking up a ton of power and a ton of refined oil, so I just said, fuck it, let's just send the hydrogen over there to get burned off. We could also turn it into energetic graphite and hydrogen and then burn both of them. That might be a better idea. Let's not get too distracted. I'm trying to get to deuterium fuel rods, and solve our problems that way. We need to get more silicon back here. It's just not coming in fast enough from the other planet. Writing terrible, sorry. I'm a native Spanish speaker and it's been a while since the time I texted in English. Yeah, no stress at all, don't worry about it. The internet is international. And so those require these and these, so putting them next to each other is exactly what we needed to do. It's almost as if I planned this. I did. Let's go... Yeah, there's good enough. This is going to supply those. It is going to store those. Let's put it down to 500, and it's going to store... Actually, it's going to demand these. Demand those. Our copper and iron. Okay, finally have enough iron on the line. And we're working with a 2-to-1. So... those guys. Oh, it did that awkward thing. Is it not connected? There we go. I don't even remember what we're doing. Like, straight up. Straight up just have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, power is a thing. That's all you know. Yeah, it's always power. Okay. Some more jankiness on the way. So not even 9. God, these things suck. Okay, where is all of this stuff? Oh, we're doing great over here on these. You know what, though? Like, let's be realistic. Don't even remotely need that action. Ooh. Alright, we need one of those just to get the thing we need. So let's grab just a little bit of this. Literally want like one of those. Yep, all the iron's running out. All of the iron is running out. We need to go over to our second planet, more or less. Is where we're at. We're just gimping this planet along for now until we get a few more things done. All right, green crystals. Made of silicon. Of course it is. Any chance we've got any silicon over here? Yes. Grab a little of that. And then we've got the blue motors. And we've got a little stash of iron plate because we're burning through iron plate really fast. Now let's go get blue motors. Awesome. And you. I can't make you. Cool. The jank gets jankier. Nice. Need like 2 of these maybe. Where are the accumulators again? There we go. Are we charging? So we can't charge because there's no extra. All right. We're going to deal with this a completely different way. Okay. Okay. I have answers. I don't like the answers, but I have answers. We don't need nearly as many of you. So you're going to come with me. And we are going to burn resources that I don't want to burn in order to make power. Ugh, feels bad. Not gonna lie, feels bad. Alright, we're going to set this to energetic graphite. Nope, not that. Now, once that gets built, this will start. ground over here. Make sure that line is full. It's not even going to remotely solve our problems. But that should get us just enough to actually charge this thing. Maybe. If I could find where the thingy is. There it is. No? Hold on. If I break you from the main grid, there we go. We're just gonna make power here on a remote grid. We'll dump all this back to the main grid in a second, but for now I need a couple of these. Let me guess, deuterium fuel rods probably require titanium, right? Titanium alloy, deuterium, and the blue motors. Oof, okay. Doable. Carbon nanotubes, on the other hand, we don't have making anywhere. Ugh. Meat yogurt has gifted me migraine. Gonna take some meds and fall over. All right, sounds good, Aya. Sorry it's hurt. Sorry that hurts. Lurk, thank you.
Mineral.
You rock. Now we just grab that, because we don't really need those in the mix. Okay, so we do need more of these. You know what, just in case, because these take a minute to buffer, which is probably why there wasn't enough going. So let's just assume that we're going to get a few more on this line. You're full. And now we're almost covering our power needs. It's not at the same ratio I think it is. Two takes 2 seconds, so one takes 1 second. I know it makes one. Okay, so it's a 2-to-1 ratio. To 1 ratio. That doesn't make sense. They should be keeping up with it then. So it takes 1 a second. And it's a 6 per second belt, so it should be eating the whole belt. Maybe it is, actually. Yeah, it is. Okay. Dumb question. Can I make these now? Green motors. Okay. We're getting close. Oh, I need 20 of those. I have 2. So this will be 18. So I need more of those crystals. Oh. This is what happens when you embrace the jank, guys. Nothing. Nothing happens. Where are they in my inventory? Okay, yeah, that'll work. So we're gonna do that temporarily. Call me Vid, raiding with a party of 3. How you doing, Vid? What's going on? Nobody move, it's a raid. Guys, go follow Vid. He does a lot of things. I think we met when we're both playing Planet Crafter. What were you up to? Timberborn? Nice. Francis John's doing a playthrough of Timberborn. I still can't quite get into the Beaver game. But yeah, welcome in Raiders. I'm Nethercloud. I stream a lot of different stuff, a lot of colony builders, some factory games, some puzzles, and just a little bit of everything. Right now we're doing a playthrough of Oxygen Not Included. That's pretty deep. We just got this going. This is day number 3 of this playthrough, and we've kind of just made a mess of the entire planet. We've made no effort to be super organized about everything. We're just doing whatever, just slapping random stuff down. So, you know what, I'm gonna snooze the ad since we just had a raid come in. Okay, how many interstellar drones do we have? Do we have more than 10? We've got 16. Perfect. Okay. So if we put down a gas giant thing and have it set to send back hydrogen and deuterium, we'll have access to hydrogen and deuterium from there. We could actually throw one down over here and just burn off the hydrogen that comes in from it. Just like pull power out of our asses, basically. We don't have a lot of ILSs though. All right. You charge. I want to check something. Yeah, we should pull it down over here. And then we can set up some power, like, somewhere in here. Yeah. Has been going down more often than extremely lewd comparison. Oh man, I don't know, my OBS has been pretty stable. I mean, maybe I'm crazy. I mean, I'm definitely crazy. Okay, so now we're not burning off the hydrogen fast enough somehow. This is always what happens, right? Like, I have to bounce. Of course, man. Go do your post-stream rituals, whatever you need to do. Appreciate you coming in, bringing people here. Personal hygiene thing, and then the family things, then the closed eye things. Yep, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll be going for a while, so I will do my best to keep your community entertained. Okay, we are just barely covering that. Okay, we need this these cells, these fuel cells. Oh god, that is going to take forever. See, these things suck up extra power. God, I am so tempted to slap down tons of solar. Can we build any more of these guys? 7. I'm gonna build 3 more. Can we build some of these? Yeah, we're gonna start balancing our power a little bit. Use a couple of these to charge, a couple of these to discharge, so that whenever we have extra power, these things suck it up and then discharge it. It's not going to help us too much, but it'll help us a little bit.
Replication complete.
Okay, so let's... Where are we going to do this? Since we're going to be putting in power over here... Didn't I just make 4 of these? Oh no, I was going to use the one that was over there. Right. Can I fit... And then you... Convoluted way of doing things, but it'll work. Right? Right. Okay. So anytime we have extra power, it'll charge up these things. Where are the empties? So there's not going to be extra power often. But as we increase our power, there will be. So I don't want to make solar panels. I'm gonna wind up just spamming down more wind. Because we have them being automatically made, and it's just gonna get to a point. Yeah, let's just do it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Alright, meanwhile, we'll let that charge on this private grid here, and we'll go grab more. Like, why not, right? We need the power. We're bullshitting along here anyway, so let's just do it. I mean, what's it gonna hurt to put down another 100 of these friggin' things? I mean, it's just gonna hurt the amount of space we have to do stuff, right? And at this point, power is a bigger limiting factor than space. And we might have to hold off on research for a hot second. Just because research is chewing up a lot of the power. So until we get to the point where we can afford the power, we might want to just ease up a little bit. Renewable energy. Thank you guys all for hanging out. We usually don't stream on Sundays, but had to do some adulting yesterday. Honestly, have to do some more adulting tonight after stream. I've got to write up some paperwork because my boss wants some, my day job boss wants me to do some things for him, so. Okay, so we're ahead of capacity at the moment. Just barely, though. Green motors and blue motors. I know we have blue motors somewhere. I guess let's hook this back up to this grid, just give it some help. And this is obnoxious experiment that we're doing over here. Like I said, maybe this will help even out the power. Maybe. Probably need more of those things, but okay. To the motor factory. Think is over here. Partially. Okay. Right, the actual motors are here. Okay. That's a collector. That can go there. Now let's get all the random junk out of our inventory, because now that our planet's kind of caught up a little bit, we're doing okay. Not doing amazing, but we're doing okay. So if I come over here, you can get those. Oh, awesome. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna let those keep going, because we're gonna need a lot of those friggin' chips here in a second. If I come over here, those can go there, and we will toss those back in there. Cool. And we have managed to do a few things. Now, one of the big problems with our power being okay is that it'll start burning. These thermal things don't burn non-stop. They only burn when power is needed. So we're not going to burn off the hydrogen enough to create petroleum here. Okay. One monster at a time, Nether. One monster at a time.
Replication complete.
How is our fuel? Oh, God. Let's go grab some more hydrogen fuel rods. We should be able to get to deuterium fuel rods here in a second. We keep trying to get to solar sails. We're going to have to start going to make use of stuff on our other planet real soon. Alright, let's go plant this down. Why are gas giants so terrifying in every game?
Mineral depleted.
We need to find the equator. Is this tidally locked? It might be tidally locked. Oh, here's the equator. They can only be placed at the equator, so... We'll spam them down on this entire place once we get more. $90 tilt, gotcha. Oh, you don't actually have... I forget that you don't have to put the logistics vessels in here. Oh God, it does not get a lot of deuterium, does it? Okay.
Cruise mode.
Not yet. God, we are trying to do so many things. It's just insane. I was just gonna say, where are we at on this whole thing? I'm not tilted. Oh, that was a tidally locked, I believe. Okay. What is our goal? I'm just gonna start queuing up more stuff. That requires us to get to purple science. Okay. So basically we're at yellow science. So it comes down to like maximizing yellow science and getting power. How do we get to antimatter fuel rods and artificial stars? Requires us to get all the way to green. Okay, let's hit up upgrades and let's see what we can get done over here. Yeah, let's start getting the logistics carriers knocked out. I gotta be honest. All of getting the logistics things going. Tachyon, please. Increasing the speed and carry capacity of our logistics stuff is going to be huge for us. Don't care about any of these upgrades at the moment. I'm tempted to get the energy cert that increases the energy recovery speed of the... Yeah, let's get that going. Any fidget spinners? I have a fidget spinner pen around here somewhere that somebody gave me. In the game, gotcha. Fidget spinners. Oh, right. I really do need to get the fidget spinners going at one point here.
Upgrade.
Logistics bots, yeah. So I'm thinking it might be time to start making use of this planet. Oh god, actually, this planet has nothing. We need iron. This planet kind of sucks for iron. Plenty of copper and silicon, but not nearly enough iron. You've got 5 million iron here. We could work on proliferate. I really want fucking antimatter. But, you know, we're skipping steps here. Okay, what we have to address is power. This is my parrot. Yeah, because if we do proliferator stuff, that's just going to eat even more power. And organic crystal is the bottleneck for yellow research at the moment. Okay. Problem with getting solar sails up is... Okay, it really does come down to power. Dumb question. Okay, so hydrogen fuel rods working here. Solar cells aren't a lot in my opinion, a few megawatts until you get them absorbed. Yeah. What I wanted to get like up to antimatter as quick as possible, but you know, we're skipping steps at that point from deuterium. So maybe oh wait, I didn't actually put the hydrogen fuel cell in there. DFR, HFR, what's DFR? Deuterium fuels rods? Or hydrogen fuel rods? Yeah. Gotcha. And the hydrogen ones, are they in the thermal generator? Thermal power plant? Or do we have to get the higher level ones? I think they're in the thermal one, right? Right, I don't have any because I put down entirely too many in the spots that I put them down. .43 burns really slow though. I mean, now that a lot of... See, we put down a lot of factories, and it was burning a lot of stuff. And now our power consumption has dropped considerably because a lot of the factories caught up. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to get into deuterium fuel rods. I kind of feel like... What are we working towards here? I think...
Upgrade.
That's good. Okay, my brain is lost in a loop now. So basically, we got to get up to purple science so that we can unlock a lot of the other stuff we need. Because we want to get to warp technology so we can get out of here. So I think we're at the point where pushing yellow science, because our bottleneck on getting a progression right now is yellow science and then getting into purple science. And we're going to need a lot of power so that we can produce particle broadband for the purple science, right? I'm just going to throw that on there. Ooh, actually... Yeah, let's get into strange matter so we can get into this. So I'm fighting the urge to say this is where we have to, like, build actual factories. I know that's the whole point of the game, so I feel ridiculous, but with our janktacular factory over here, we're getting enough done, but we're not getting enough done, if that makes any sense. We're kind of barely holding on. Not barely holding on. I mean, we've got stuff going. It's nothing crazy, but we've got stuff going. I think an ILS factory is kind of what is necessary at the moment. Yeah, which can literally go over here, because this is where the PLSs are. And we've got 51 PLSs, so the ILSs require a titanium alloy and the pink stuff, and the pink stuff's on... Yeah. So let's get those going. That's something we can do. It's not like we're going to need them to be made en masse, just a decent amount, right? What do these require? Ooh, that could be used. That could be. We could also start upgrading to Assembler Mark IIs. That's going to require a lot of power, but we have the materials to do that. Three ingredients and two of them are here. You know, we've got a ton of towers, right? Alright. Time to reorganize this just a little bit. Those are going to output to there, and what we're going to do is we're going to put down one of these guys. Pull that in there. We're going to limit this to, like, let's say 2 stacks. Then we need the titanium alloy, which is over here. Do we just run a line? Yeah, no point in wasting drone stuff, right? So let's just bring this over here. Right. Why are you not taking that in? No power on the sorter. Okay, cool. And you can make ILS. Which you're going to take from here, here, and there. Cool. Just make the thing. If you don't know what to do, just make the things. Right, and then we need to make the ships for them.
Yeah.
Okay. Nah, okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. Back in action. Oh, we could do that right over here because we're bringing a belt in. So let's just, yeah, let's just throw something down. So we're going to have to call the green motors. And those. Okay. So... Oh, I have upgrades for this. Right, well that doesn't have to go super fast. We want to make these guys. And so we'll put down PLS right here. Because I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I don't give a shit. One of you runs through to there, the other one runs through to here. You need... these guys, will limit you to like 100. You need these guys, will limit you to 100. Demand, demand. Boop that. You go there. You need those. Meaning those guys can come out here. And go there. Oh, and then titanium alloy can go there. You need titanium. So, logistics vessels. Wait, if this whole line is clogged with titanium, is it just not pulling fast enough? It is just not pulling fast enough. Okay. Perfect. By perfect, I mean, that'll do. That can go in there. You can go in there. You can go like that. Dumb question. So they never re-landed on this planet. The dark fog has been really inactive. Usually, they're sending more things to attack. They have 4 things here that we could tap for geothermal. All right, let's figure out what else we can be making. So I feel like upgrading belt production is a thing. Like, we'd really like to get to the point where we're making level 3 belts, right? Because I think our main goal is to get to our, like, badass mall that I want to build, the one I designed in creative mode. Because then we can just have everything we want to build whatever we want. And if I'm remembering correctly, so belts, assemblers, like we can downgrade the blueprint and just use whatever tier until we can upgrade. That's fine. Belts, splitters, assemblers, ILSs, logistics stuff. Okay, so we need to put, yeah, okay. Just needed to know where we were going to know what we got to do now. So we need logistics spots and logistics distributors automated. I'd also like to get a little bit more badass myself. So that would mean that we need to get our fighters on, our precision drones going. Okay, and that loops us to plasma exciters and photon accelerators. Okay, those are the things we got to work on then. Those require orange chips and plasma exciters. So let's make a plasma exciter factory. And those are photon combiners. Photon combiner, not receiver. Photon combiner. Yeah. Got it. Okay, that'll do. I'd also like deuterium fuel rods for us. Yeah. We're bringing down deuterium here. Let's start making the deuterium fuel rods just for us. Status. So in order to make deuterium fuel rods, we're going to need the alloy, which is over there. Deuterium from here, we need blue motors. So if we request those, you're already pulling everything. It's deuterium. Do you have a tower over here that's not pulling everything? No. You aren't. No time to be stingy. Ugh, God, that feels so bad. When the line is right over here. You have 2 slots. You know what? Clear that. And let's get the deuterium from here down to here. So we could bring it through here, down over... Yeah, that's easy enough.
Upgrade.
Cool. The logistics carrier capacity is doing great. So this will be the deuterium line. And we're going to need blue motors. Demand those. And then... splitter there. Yeah, I just needed to let go of my brain a little bit. You can go there. You can go there. You can go there. You are those. You are deuterium fuel rods. And I guess we do kind of have to get onto proliferator because I want to triple proliferate these. If we triple proliferate the deuterium fuel rods, we'll have really good power. And this has something to pull. Yep, okay, so proliferator's the next project. I knew that. I knew that. We don't have to make an ass load, but... you know. A partial ass load. How many spaces do we have? We have 4 spaces. And I'd like to have a little bit more, so let's call that... let's just do 10. And we just got to tell this thing to output deuterium. Nice. And now whatever we're pulling in from there just gets turned into fuel for us. And hopefully that'll be enough for us to get fuel. Now, proliferator requires a whole other set of nonsense. Right, and our personal fleet. So proliferator and then a personal fleet. So we need carbon. Diamond we have being produced, so we can yoink that, which is also coal. And then carbon nanotubes, which is titanium, and this, which is that and that. I think we actually already have this being made somewhere. I think it's legitimately over here. Somewhere. Yeah, we're barely using it, and we are putting it into the sky. So let's go over to where we had that, like, that setup that we were using to charge our batteries real quick, and let's just build proliferator over there, because it's all... there's a whole bunch of coal over here. Alright, this is where it was, or no? Oh, god damn. Yeah, this is where it was. It really kind of feels wrong to be burning this. If we chop this off the grid, $21 megawatts. Like, this should be on its own grid now, right? Generation capacity 25.9. 156. So it is... It's not really anything to sneeze at this point, so we will hook it back into the grid. That does help. Okay, so that will just make power here. Let's pave over this area, and then we're going to make a whole bunch of proliferator over here. Yeah. Okay. So, we're going to go to... Let's do this. Let's go to that, and let's make the limiting factor a belt of coal. Okay, that gets us not very much at all. What if we make it 3 belts of coal? A third belt. .9. Okay, so we would need... That makes awkward numbers. Yeah, and then we got to work on a lot of stuff. Okay, let's work on our fuel and our personal fleet while we research. So proliferator to get the deuterium rods proliferated. All right. We're going to do this another way. 8. Gets us 2 belts. That gets us 1 belt. Then a half a belt, I think, is it? So yeah. So we would need 4 belts of the first one, 2 belts of the second one, and 1 to get 1 belt of the third one. So here's the whole factory if we want to build it like this. But that would require more graphene. Let's make you the limiting factor. Just want to get some rough numbers here. right. I think our goal off the bat is a half a belt of this. So let's get rid of this. Let's go to output, half a belt. So 8 of these, 12 of these, 8 of those. We don't have to worry about this because we're importing it. That we've got like access to. And it won't be a full half a belt because this gets used for other stuff a little bit. 6 of those, 8 of those. Okay. So let's start with 2 full belts of tier 1, which is just coal. Very nice on the upgrades. So I think we go here. Nope. Okay, I've got a design in my head now. Bring you that way. Bring you that way. And bring you that way. Let's get our guy closer by. And where can we tap into the grid? Over here. Oh shit, that doesn't go there. That can go there. Cool. Okay. Then to get this, we need 8 machines pulling into rods. Okay. So we're gonna do. Oh, no shit. All right, we finally need to go back and grab more assemblers from our mall. It's been a little while. I kind of really like this. I know it's all messy and ridiculous, but there's something about a messy, ridiculous factory that's fun. Like, I don't want to say it's organic, because we're building a factory, but I don't know, it just kind of feels good to not have everything so planned out that I'm choking on my own organization. I swear to God, the title of this is going to be Embrace the Jank. So what we're going to do is we're going to get here, 4 there, 4 there. That's going to go across there. That's going to go across there. Lack of item. No shit. Well, I've got stuff here, so that'll do. So this is going to be you. And we are going to pull in from there, push out from there. You are going to pull in from here and push out through there. Now these guys both need diamond, which we can just make from this over here, right? Ooh, we can put those in the middle of these because we've got a longitude where that works. Cool. How much diamonds do we need to make that work? We need a full belt, which is 12 smelters. We need 2.2 belts of energetic graphite to make that work. Really? No, we just need a full belt of energetic graphite. So 12 smelters, we need 24 smelters total. Hold on. Can we exclude this? Yeah. God damn it. So we need 2 belts of coal to make 1 belt of energetic graphite, which gives us 1 belt of diamond. Okay, so each belt goes into 6 smelters. Okay, that makes sense. That makes absolute sense.
Mineral depleted.
So if we do that, then we put down... Oh, we're going to need more smelters in a second. It's funny, we've been running around with basically the same amount. Like, we've just had a bunch of stuff on us for a while. Just a bunch of smelters, a bunch of belts, a bunch of everything. And now we finally need to start restocking our supplies. Okay, so put some belt over here, grab a little bit more for our inventory. Sorters. Grab another stack, because we've got 2 stacks on us. Let's grab a stack of smelters. In fact, let's grab a second stack of smelters, and let's grab another stack of assemblers. So the diamond needs to get into there. It needs to split so that it goes. Okay. Graphite, which then gets turned into diamond. Okay, and this is our first run to get the relay station thing. We need missiles before we can go there. I've got the missile turrets, I just don't have missiles on me, so we're going to grab some of the missiles from our farm. Just because I don't think we can get there in time to take it out before it establishes some stuff, so we're going to have to turret creep it. And do we have any more hydrogen fuel cells for now? Actually, let's snag some deuterium ones, because we should have some deuterium fuel cells made over here. Even if they're not proliferated, they're going to be better than single proliferated. Yeah, that'll work. Fuel cells, missiles, missile turrets. Our cruising speed has been increased, our regen speed has been increased, so it should be easier for us to get over here. Okay, we're starting to stabilize a little bit. We went on a big factory building spree, and that big factory building spree just kind of tanked our power and like all the resources we were making. But now that all the buffers on the input and output side have pretty much caught up with what we're doing, we've stabilized a little bit. We're starting to get more research done. So now once we deal with this relay station, we can get back over there, finish up this proliferator project, and hopefully that'll mean we can start running deuterium fuel rods reasonably well. If we get a few more gas giant collectors, it'll be a lot better. Oh, I was wondering what that was. I was like, oh, those are our vessels. Which are just about to get another upgrade. Okay, so we've been knocking out basically a color of science a day. Oh, I got here before we needed the missiles? And we've got geothermals, so we could actually drop this down and hook it into our local power grid. Which we don't even need to do. Where is this compared to the rest of our stuff? Kind of far away, right? I mean, not that bad. Okay, cool. Now that's linked back in. So that dealt with that threat. Relay station is going home. And I really don't want these. Oh, right, and then we could use the combustible units for the... Yeah, I never remember that. It's always one of those things I don't think about. Actually, we won't do that. We'll be able to get this, what's the pinned message? World... Yeah, that's the World Seed, Council Roses. Come play in the world. We could actually set up hydrogen fuel rods, right? With the hydrogen we're pulling in from up there. We might just do that too. That would help. Like Lalander was saying. Because we've caught up with what needs... Because now that logistics are running faster and carrying more weight, we've actually kind of caught up a little bit as far as... We're not burning every scrap of titanium as it's coming in, so with that we could put hydrogen fuel rods burning for power. Of course, that does require us to make more of those thermal power plants. We've only got 3 on hand. I don't know, just it doesn't create that much power is my problem. I'm kind of just over here like, why don't we just like gimp along with power until we can use antimatter? Right? And I'm gonna do that. I don't really care. Some of that copper is gonna run out, and that means we're gonna run out of bullets at one point. Whatever. Oh, that's right, when they hook up like a T like that. You know what? That's fine. I don't care. Woo! Giving no shits about where things go is kind of fun, I gotta be honest. Just build it as fast as you can. Collide with other object. How so? Oh wait, it's 12 diamond, right? Right. And now the other one. Okay, so we need to bring in the graphene to make the carbon nanotubes. So we'll need 7 chemistry plants. No, we'll need 6 chemistry plants. Yeah, okay. So then this just goes down the line to 8 of these. Boop. Easy enough. So the output of these will go here. And then, I don't know, let's stick this down, I'm going to say here. And the output of these can go there. So you pull in that, you pull in that, and you output that. Hello, Tachyon. Your cat butt is in my face. Yes, sir. We are going to supply that. We're going to demand that, and we are going to demand that. That goes there. goes there. And that goes there. You are going to output titanium. You are going to output graphene. You are going to get put there. And now we should start getting out our nanotubes. And meanwhile, all of our upgrades are happening, so I'm just going to start adding all of the things. Yes, Tachyon. Now that doesn't look like a full belt of coal. I don't think that's a full belt either. So we'll make an adjustment here. Instead of going up here, well, we're going to go up there, but we're going to go all the way. But before we do, and we are definitely getting out a full belt of diamond at the moment. Oh, we don't have power going to one of these things. Now we should be getting half a belt of proliferator. Which is now being outsourced to all the places that have proliferator. Ooh, wait. Hold on. We need to proliferate the proliferator. So we need one of these, which we don't have. Okay. That's fine. Fine. Get a couple of those. Couple of those. Exciters and steel. Yep, Dark Fog Farm gets you just those little bits and pieces of what you need. And now I think that does the trick. Put that there. Actually, we'll use the other one, right? We'll use this guy. So that goes there. That goes there. That goes there. There. And there. But then this goes here. Prioritize this side so it always gets itself sorted. And now we're proliferating the proliferate. And the triple proliferated stuff is getting sent out to all the places that are requesting it. Now, let's go make sure all of the deuterium rods are getting the triple proliferate, and that way we can make sure we pick up what we need. Excellent. And then on this line, we're just gonna do this. And now we have this. So very cool. So that just upgraded our fuel. And so anytime that it comes back with deuterium, that gets sent over and made into fuel rods for us. Which isn't going to be a ton, but it'll be enough. Now I'd like to tap the rest of that gas giant so that we can increase that. So what do we need for you? We're already making those, right? Yes. Right here. So cool. And the blue motors, they're coming in here as well. So the only thing we need is the charged battery things. And we are not making the green diamonds. So let's set up a factory for that. Because it seems like we need those. Right? How badly do we need those? Bad enough that I don't want to... Yeah, because it's a smelting operation. Okay, let's find just a spot. Maybe we'll just put it right over here. Because why not? Lack of item. All right, let's go get more foundation then. This planet looks cool. The mess that it is, it looks awesome. Yes, Tachyon. Shh, buddy. It's okay, buddy. We're only going to be doing this, like, for a million more hours. Don't worry. Yeah. Okay. Right, we were putting foundations so that we could build a factory. Who would have thought we'd be building a factory in a factory building game? I'm gonna say right there. We want these guys limited by one belt. So we would need 12 smelters. Easy enough. Supply. That's those guys. And the only problem is silicon is not coming in fast enough. which may just be a problem on the other planet, to be honest with you. Might be time to head up there. Yeah, it's just getting used up as fast as it's coming in, even a bit faster. And if we have it, we might want to double up on the towers. Yeah, we have one. Oh, hell yeah. Excellent. Smelters, belts. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back up to the other planet and increase our silicon. And it is in an awkward location. That is gonna put us into direct conflict with the hive. Let's wait until that passes a little bit. These accumulators are probably not doing anything, so let's just forget this failed experiment. And we'll do something fun there later. Okay. So let's let's work on power a little bit. Let's make a bunch of thermal power plants and set up hydrogen fuel rods. And the thermal power plants require plate, stone, gears, and coils. Plate. Oof. Too much. More research. More research. You require purple, you require purple. None of that is necessary at the moment. You require purple. Inventory capacity. Inventory capacity. Then we can queue up other stuff. We need inventory space like a motherfucker. Would also be good to get laser turrets going, which brings us back to plasma exciters and photon combiners. But is doable. Hydrogen fuel rods, which is just hydrogen and titanium. Um, 4.8. So 5 assemblers. Oh, we could double up on the belts. We could run like 3 belts of hydrogen into 15. And then that would only require like 1/3 of a belt of titanium. What does 15 of these look like? Like that? That looks pretty good to me. And then where would we run the power to? Who cares? Let's start building this. Yeah, we just run it back over here and throw down the power over here. Absolute nonsense. And when we have a clear path, we're going to go over and put down more silicon miners. Actually, that's coming into close distance, so let's hydrogen fuel rods. Okay, so you're going to be hydrogen. You're going to be hydrogen. You're going to be hydrogen. You, however, are going to be titanium. Fit in between? They can. Still got a little bit of time on that. And did we make the thermal power plants? We did. There's oil right here, so that could get dodgy. But there's power over here. Could absolutely just bring this over here. All right, what's that gonna take? I actually think if we go here,
Reset.
ooh, strange matter. Giving 2.6 megawatts of power. And this is what? Copper plates. And those burn pretty slow. And there. Now our gas giant is powering our base. That's actually pretty fucking sick right there. And it's honestly not even making a dent in the hydrogen. Like, the hydrogen demand will keep up with it no problem. If we get crazy with some sort of production where the titanium winds up draining, then that'd be a problem. But at the moment, that's a whole bunch of good stuff right there. Now, speaking of fuel cells, how are we doing over here? We are not bringing in a lot of deuterium, which sucks. But it is what it is, right? Just burn off the random stuff we have on us first. And I think it's time to go put more silicon in the airwaves.
Research.
Okay, making progress. I mean, we'll be done with yellow science in like an hour or two. Maybe a little longer than that. I'm just going to queue up all the things. We'll have to see what we can do to push yellow science a little harder. Hello, I came to you searching for Ani on YouTube. Now you are my company for many hours. I just came to say thank you. Also, sorry for my English. I understand better than I write, speak. Yeah, no, welcome in, first time chatter. Matt Quinn. Very much appreciate having you there. Having you here. Sorry, let me land on this planet. There we go. Yeah, I do a bunch of stuff. I play Ani, RimWorld. We're doing a playthrough of Dyson Sphere program now. I stream pretty much every day. Usually we don't stream on Sundays. That's like my one day that I take off, quote unquote, and I work on YouTube stuff. But I had to do a bunch of stuff on Saturday, so we swapped Saturday to Sunday, and we're doing stuff here now. If you want, I'll put up the... Where is my buttons? I'll put up the link to our Discord when we announce where we're going live and like share all sorts of stuff. We're going to be doing Ani. We do Ani on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm considering swapping it to Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I don't know. Schedule's kind of like up in the air at the moment because I want to do all sorts of stuff. I'm very addicted to this playthrough of this game right now. But the Ani playthrough is going so good, so... Okay, this is what's up here. We are... Okay, so we don't technically have full belts of... Sorry, I got distracted. We don't have full belts of this stuff going in, so... Let's get a belt over, let's get that to augment that belt. That'll augment that belt. And then squeezing in another one here seems unreasonable. We could have hit 4 if we did that right. That ought to be enough to get us this belt full. So now at least we're running full belts for the silicon. Thing is, I wonder if that recipe is what I need it to be. 2 and 2 seconds, so 1 a second. 2 turns to 1. Right, so it's eat a full belt, get a half a belt. And we're literally only tapping that. Okay. We need more silicon going, so let's find ourselves a juicy silicon vein and start pushing it over there. I think here is a good bet. It's close enough to this. Wait. Nope, that's not silicon, that's iron. Iron, titanium. 1 million silicon over here. Meow, Tachyon, meow. Hey buddy, please stop yelling. Please stop yelling. I know you don't want to spend more time inside, but, you know, it's inside time. Hi, Bubba. This is the kitty. Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. Up. Okay, I want to check something on the who's a what's it's here. If we want a belt of that, we want one belt to rule them all. Not maximize. So 12 facilities makes a single output belt. Two belts of ore makes a full belt out of silicon. And in order to okay, so we would need 24, so 12 per belt is the math on that, right? So let's see if we can get 4 output belts on here. Yeah. Like, okay, so like, we need that. That and that will get us a full belt. And then some. And then that. Then 2 full belts of that gets us 1 belt of silicon. Jesus, okay. And we need 12, so 6 per. Good thing I brought a stack of 600 in my offhand here. I'm tempted to honestly just put down another ILS. Yeah, because this is literally getting us like a belt and a half. not even sure. Grab that, go there, grab this, go like that. You get those. Low power. Okay. Fair enough, game. Didn't bring any power production with me. Will this stabilize once the ILS is charged? Probably not. Right. How do we deal with this? There's not really much up here we can do. We can do hydrogen fuel rods here. Have to go make more stuff and come up here. I think either way we're stuck going back. The planet. Huh. 200 kilowatts. We need 5 per megawatt. We need another 20 megawatts. 5 times 20, we would need 100 more wind turbines to keep up with this. But we have titanium. Hold on a second, if I put one of you down. You're 2. Need like 10 of these. I have 8 of them. You know what? Yeah, let's... Remote demand. Now will that screw everything up on here? Oh, all of our ships are out doing stuff. Right. I'd like it to come in here. Thing lands, is it going to go out? Yeah, we can't trust that to do anything. We kind of just need to put down another ILS, which is kind of okay, right? Sure. I mean, we are making them. We do have a factory for them. Put you down there. And honestly, we could also set this on supply and then set you on remote demand. Oh, we are pulling down most of that hydrogen to our main planet for power, it looks like. Well, no. It's going up. If we get a couple of more up there, we could do all right. Okay. Let's do that, and then we'll put those back down. Like, I don't know, over here maybe? And then, no more, and then. We're gonna have to go back to the main planet and get some stuff. Everywhere you go, you're like, I need to go do this project. Five other projects later. Where that line is, which is an awkward location. Can we squeeze 3 of them in, like, here? We can. Cool. God, we need to upgrade our drones hard. Alright, so we do have hydrogen coming in. Meat suit maintenance. Hey, Diggsby. How are you? We can do that. Drones are building. Oh, good back pop. Oh. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. very long day of Dyson, and it's awesome. I fucking love it. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the meat soup maintenance, Stigsby. Posture is part of meat soup maintenance, so let's do that. Name a planet. Planet. Us will not have a long day of Dyson. Also, hello. How you doing, Stodart? So we're naming a planet Planet. Sounds good, producer Moo. Let's I guess we'll name this one Planet. It's not gonna get confusing at all. Let's go to the planet. Which planet? Planet. Just like you. Can we name the dog Cat, please? That would work. Maybe we should name the planet Sun to really confuse. Oh my god. Right? We can name the planet Moon. Alright, once these buffer a little bit. Good shit. Now, the only problem is we don't have more coming down. Okay. You know what? I'm going to set this to local storage. So, how much have you played this? I feel like you're much further, way faster than any of my runs. I like seeing how other people do stuff in this game. I got like 550 hours or something like that, a lot in creative mode. Basically, I did one long playthrough where I said no matter how bad I screw up, I'm going to go until the end of the game, you know, until I've done a little bit of everything, and I'll learn from it, and I did that, and then I started up a little bit again on this seed and then fell off to go play a bunch of other games, and that was quite a while ago. And I said, fuck it, it's time to go again. We're actually playing Oxygen Not Included. When you get to late game Ani, it almost becomes a factory game. You get a lot of logistic stuff going on, and it's just started making me itch to play this game again. So I got in, and one thing I can tell you, I never play this sloppy. The reason I'm this far is because we're literally just embracing the jank. It's just like, I don't give a shit what's going on. It's like, do I need this? Cool, slap down something. Oh, we've got that over there. Run a belt all the way over there. It crosses 10 other belts in 5 different ways. Go for it. And I've given 0 fucks about making a mess of my first planet. Just the goal is to get as far in research as fast as possible and just get the basics up of everything, and then we'll conquer a planet. I'm in my let's do it no matter what first run now. Do it. Doesn't matter. Like, okay, so a tool that's helpful is this website, the factoriolab.github.io. It has a Dyson Sphere program thing, and you can kind of like ratio all your factories. And I've been using this a little bit on this playthrough so far, but I won't really use this until we're building our factories for real. Basically, our first planet is just whatever garbage we have to throw together to make it work. Oh, we need more of this, just throw down another factory to make more of it. Our second planet is basically just we're farming it for silicon and titanium. Eventually we'll have to do the same thing for iron because we're starting to run low on iron on the first planet. But when we get to the point where we're like colonizing a third planet or a fourth planet, that's when we're going to start getting into like properly ratioed factories, future expansion proofing things, thinking about like how we're going to do all the different little bits and pieces. So right now I have a cat. Buddy, come here. Come here. You meow 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 meow. I know you want to play. Hop. Okay, what I need to do, and if you have any questions, just ask. If I don't know the answer, there's plenty of people here that are super knowledgeable about this game. I mean, there's a good chance I won't know the answer. I'm still bullshitting my way along to a certain extent. I've been referencing that site a lot. I have a decent sphere in my starter system. I'm just trying to figure out the scale and goal of my next step. Yeah, I'm kind of just on that, like, so I have a creative mode build for like a giant mall that's set up to like, it's like a mall / storage system. I love storage and distribution systems in every game I play. So my first major goal is to build that. I'm going to need a lot of infrastructure just to get the bits and pieces to make that happen. So at the moment, my goal is to finish all of the research to get all the stuff I need, like all the necessary pieces to build that mall. And then it's going to be to find a planet to build that on. I hesitate to say I want to put it on my first planet because that'll be the one that gets stripped of resources first and has the fewest to start with, because we're going to need that janky ass factory working for a little while. So I've got some considerations as to where I want to put it, but it's going to be one of those starter base, in between bases base, and then like real base. I think my main goal is I did make sure to grab a seed that has a large a blue giant star, and I think my goal might be to do a full 10 layer Dyson sphere on the blue giant and see how much power I can generate. If I get to that point, I'll figure out how I want to, if there's any other goal. Just I want to make a lot of power, and I want like cool planets, like nicely designed planets. Okay, I think that's awesome. Photons are oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, in order to make this actually work, I'm gonna have to get down some more of those orbital harvesters, which is problematic. All right. My cat likes to scream. He's fine, don't worry. Tachyon. 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 Do you know your name? His name is Tachyon. Like the particle. Don't you sass me, boy. He's so fucking cute. Even when he's being whiny, he's cute. He really wants to, like, have, like, you know, Papa Kitty playtime. Hey! Hey, do you want snacks? I'm gonna give you snacks. Let's just get to the planet first. I've been trying to pretend my starter system could support an antimatter needs, but I need to bite the bullet and move to a better star. Yeah. I'd say your starter sphere is basically just to get you enough basic research to knock a few things out. Once you can get some artificial stars going, that's when you start being able to really expand. All right, let me give the kitty some snacks. You want snacks? You want snacks? Snackies! Snacky. There you go, bud. I know you don't want snacks. I know you want to go run around in the living room with Dennis, but we can't hang out with Dennis every night. Dennis is my roommate. Okay. Focus, Nether. Focus. That's impossible. Right, we were going to set up the infrastructure to build the orbital sons of bitches. Did we? No. So we have ILSs kind of being made. We're not making enough of the pink tubing. Why are we not making enough of the pink tubing? What are you missing? Oh, we're like, this place is not bringing down enough iron plate. Oh, you know what? You're set on supply. Where is that all coming from? Oh, wow. We have stripped out that thing. That is not good. All right. More jank. I got a decent number of them and even had the most self-destructive DF base that somehow got me so much core elements. So I'm working on getting annihilation rods at a decent amount, but need more photons. Yep, photons are the game. Okay, how am I gonna fuck this up? Okay, so we need to get... This thing is supplying stuff. We want to get it on the line. You know what? Screw it. 1, 2, 3. Prioritize the lower one so that it, you know, finishes draining this stuff, but that should fix a lot of our problems right there. And what are you supposed to be? I think this is supposed to be refined oil, if I'm remembering correctly. Oh, God. Did we just bleed this whole thing dry, or did I fuck something up? I think I... Oh! Oh, we're not chewing on the hydrogen hard enough. Ugh. No. Okay, that's why the refined oil is not flowing. Oh, this can go. Wait a second, how many of these are there? A lot. Okay. That's why this is all freaking boinked up. Fuck. Oh God. This is where I start doing stuff that's like not necessarily super janky, but I mean the whole thing is janky. chasing my tail a little bit here. Now, I do want hydrogen to still go into that over here, because this is our research, right? But we're not consuming a fuckload of red research because our yellow research is on the fritz, probably because we need, not even on the fritz, we just don't have enough of it. And we don't have enough of it. Why? Because organic crystals. Because I didn't do any math on that, I just threw a whole bunch of junk down. And that comes down to plastic. Right. $72 a minute. What about the other sciences? The other sciences aren't even producing in the last 10 minutes because we're not doing enough yellow. Alright. Let's go over here. So this is not really working either. And these are working great. So, time to redo this. Right? You know what? Don't care. I know I should care, but I don't. Now, this is designed. Yeah, this is not the design we need. These are not the droids you're looking for. Alright, let's design something real quick. So we need refineries. So kind of feel if we start from this, we might be able to do something with it. So let's build this real quick. Okay, so this... Oh, okay, almost. So crude goes in here, hydrogen and petroleum wrap out here, right? This reverse path that becomes 3 inputs. This gets switched over to a different recipe. This becomes U. That goes in there. Oh, so good. Okay. And then we need a tower to bring us in coal. Oh, and that does collide with that, doesn't it? That's what you screwed up, Nether. Actually, you didn't. You just don't know it yet. Okay, so that will go through there properly. Okay. This is going to be refined oil. Save blueprint. Refined oil. Excellent. That will go there. That will go there. You go in there. You go in there. And you go in there. Oh no, wait, that's the other way. So actually that gets broken. You go there. and you go there. You, I need to demand that. I need to demand that. And I need to supply that. Perfect. You are going to be coal. And you are going to be proliferator. And that's going to go there. Probably would be good to have one of those also there. And now and this will make a lot more refined oil than any of the other nonsense things I've been doing. Where is... Oh, you're the wrong way. Yep. Gotta make your output belts, guys. And there is refined oil. Could probably upgrade the shit out of some of this stuff. There's also an issue with the hydrogen backing up a little bit. But if we do the math, you output 2 refined and 1 hydrogen. You consume 2 refined, 1 hydrogen, and 1 coal. So this thing should balance, but let's clear the hydrogen line so it could reach equilibrium real quick. Might need to clear even more. This should be balanced, but should and is are very different things. It looks like we could be doing more on this side, but it doesn't matter because we're getting a full line out on that side. So basically we would need to put a level 2 belt here. Yeah, we need to start getting into higher level stuff. But yeah, that's getting us a full belt of refined. It should keep getting us that. Okay. Okay, cool. Which means our yellow science should be doing a lot better. We don't have purple, so that's why that's not doing a goddamn thing. Because Nether accidentally queued up some purple. Ooh, that's where we get warp. But we need the warp cores to do it, so whatever. Okay, so we're focusing on upgrade tech right now. We've got a nice backlog of matrices, so we should crack through a whole bunch of research right now. Okay, now we've chased our tail back a little bit further now. And you're not getting any oil from over there because we were taking that. Okay, so that's coming from the wrong spot at this point. So we just need to get oil back on this line. Which is this line here. So this is steadily producing oil. Refined oil, that is. Is it keeping up with it is the question. Trying to watch the refined oil line and see if it backs up at all, because I think we're eating it at speed. Yeah, I think this system is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Hey Nerdy, what's going on? Welcome back. Okay, so this is where we got to go back over here. One belt as a limit. Outputting you with plasma refining. Okay, so that can do 12 belts. Or 12 factories. So we could double this. And by that logic, double this. So we could double this whole factory. Off of what we have here. And then dump the extra line of refined oil onto there. I think that's what we do. And perfect. Oh, we're gonna need to go get more belt. Yeah, we are definitely going to need to go get more belts. And hopefully we've got some more deuterium coming in here. Because I'd like to have some fuel rods. Excellent! God, I love this game. Alright, let's go grab a bunch more of the belts. Just had some damn good Indian food. Hell yeah! So actually talking to the Indian guy over at the bakery this morning, and he was telling me where to go get good Indian food. And he's like, dude, if you're trying to eat less carbs and lose some weight and stuff, he's like, oh, let me tell you this spot to go. Get your breakfast there, get your stuff there. It's like, it's way less calories, way healthier, and it's delicious. And he gave me the name of this Indian food place. And I was like, fuck yes. Okay, we're starting to actually have some room in our inventory, and we've got enough spots that we might want to start doing the logistic spots, which is another thing we had to plan on building. Okay. Alright, now coming back over here. Should have enough belt to sort this out now. So, input, output, output, input, 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 and now we're actually going to go the other way with this. Damn. And see, now we're cooking through research. I want that plasma turret. Okay, that'll be the last of the upgrade tech for our technologies. So now we can start queuing up more actual upgrades. We don't quite need you yet. Oh, wait. Can we get vein utilization? No. Any of the drone stuff. Okay. We'll just let that grind for a little while. And this second half of the factory is just going to do that. God, that's awesome. Also, how's our power grid doing? Fantastic. Do you remember why we're doing this, guys? Do you remember, like, because we needed to get more silicon down here, which I don't remember what it was for. So we went to the other planet, set up more processing, means we needed more power. So we decided that we were going to do hydrogen fuel rods on that planet as well. Problem is we're not bringing in enough hydrogen. So we're like, okay, we'll need to get more orbital collectors. We came down here to make more orbital collectors. We realized that we were short on some resources to make more orbital collectors. So we started tracing down the line, eventually got this up and running, and now we've got that going, so we should be able to... This should get us going as far as making a few things. See, we're actually getting refined oil on here, so we're making sulfuric acid. The sulfuric acid is going over here, which is making graphene. Which is actually going to our... Oh god, we're going to run out of graphene. We're going to have to set up a new graphene factory, which means more sulfuric acid. Can we squeeze another one of these in here? Nope. Nope. Okay. We'll burn the garbage fuel first. This is where I'm at. Put you there. Alright, so we've got more thermal because we picked them up. That's good. Cool. Oh, wow. How many of them fit here? That'll do. Cool. Got a bunch of those on us now. Now we're starting to get organized here. We'll set numbers for all of this at one point or another. These are like all things I want on me but I don't need them all the time. Excellent. We'll set logistics drones at one point to do things. I think I'm going to limit this to a row. Because we've got 1,600 on us right now. So we should be good on those for a little while. That'll let a lot of stuff like backfill. We have more of these now. Oh, that's so good. Having 10 of those on... Okay, yeah, now we have ILS on lock. Take you anyway. And how's our power grid? Not amazing. See, now we're cooking through that. Alright, and this power is just fantastic. So, you know, we're going to extend this out a little bit. I mean, those just fit there, but we're still making more. So... we're going to need foundation. Okay, we need to make more thermal power plants. What does it take to make those? We might just want to make a factory. Yeah, let's just make a factory. where do we want to make a factory for those? That is the question, right? That is the major question today. And we don't need a fuckload of them. We could just slap one down like in here. We'll have to pave the shit out of this, but I'm okay with that. And what we're going to do, since it's a 4-item in, yeah, we're just going to use one of these. And we'll put it in the storage. I mean, our stuff's going to be spread about, so it doesn't matter. We don't need a lot, we don't need a lot. We just need like 1 or 2 assemblers doing the thing. This is going to be thermal power plant. Plate, stone, gears, and coils. And we'll limit you to, let's say, 2 stacks. And we have the level 2 sorters. Why don't we just upgrade those? Oh, Jesus. We are just upgrading like a motherfucker right now. Ah, it's so good. How do you know you fixed your production problems? Research gets done. Yay! I don't even care about planetary shields, honestly. Yeah, we're just knocking out all of the yellow tier science that we can right now. That's just it. Like, $25, fantastic. Because I want more power. That's still not enough power. We need all of the power. Whoever suggested hydrogen fuel rods, you are awesome. Thank you, Lavender. Took me a minute to get to the infrastructure where we could do it, but we're there. Purple cubes are available. Well, time to get into purple science. It's just add titanium, yeah. Okay, for fuck's sake. Can we do another orbital collector or no? These guys. Right. Okay, so we need another factory. Who would have thought? Yeah, we're never gonna do more than that, so we're just gonna throw down another one of these right here. These are 3 in, 1 out. And we might want to put it into this thing. You know what? Yeah, we'll just put it in here as storage. We won't send it anywhere, but we can if we need to. Actually, no. No. We are not doing that. See, we need them charged. Plate, blue motors, and green crystals. There. Oh, wait. There we go. And grab you. And we need these to go into a charging array. Ooh. There's not really any world where we need empty ones. Deaf Gamer Girl raiding with a party of 3. How you guys doing? Welcome in, Raiders. What is the good word? How are you? I'm Nethercloud, and we're building stupid factory stuff. Our Planet of Jank is, Planet of Jank. Reminds me of Planet of Junk from that Transformers movie from the 80s. I mean, I didn't grow up in the 80s, but in the 90s, and I loved that movie. It's a great movie. Hello, everyone, and hope to raid you. Hell yeah, Killer! Welcome back. Killer is another wonderful human being, so guys, go follow Deaf Gamer Girl, go follow Killer. No! Charge. So now they should only output if they're charged. Go in here. I think that's in here. So charged ones, we're going to limit that to 100. Oh yeah, I've been busy. I have been busy. We've covered what? Maybe like a third of the planet in factories? A lot of, like, more than half of this was today. And no, the answer is no, I do not. How many of these do we have already? 10. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to remember. Just a quick Google question. "40 orbital collectors covers the gas giant entirely. So 39 times 20 is what we're looking for, because we already have one. We need 780 of these things, these charged things. So I'm going to set this on... I'm going to set it on 1,000. No, we'll set it on 800. Got a beta key to try this Thursday. Oh, cool. What's the deal? One of those key. That's awesome. Yeah, I love those key websites. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna hit some of them up eventually here in a little while. I've just got so many games that I'm playing that it's hard for me to even like. Okay, there we go. That should get us... right, let's go actually finish that factory up. You know what? That is set on supply. I'm going to lower this to 100, and I'm going to do this over here You have space in you, right? No, you don't. Wonderful. Oh my god, the jank. Oh my god, the jank. Oh my god, here we go. All of it is jank. So to build these, we need these. Which builds kind of slow. Okay. What do you need to make those? Okay, you need these 3 lines of stuff. Accretion is the game, and pretty much you try to fuck up other planets, even becoming a black hole. Oh, cool. I like planets. Okay, focus, Nether. Hocus pocus focus. I kind of want to just handcraft some of these. How many of these do we need for... Because this is fucked up over here. This is not the way we need to go. So we need 20 of those, 50 of those. $50 of these. And then 20 of those rockets. 5 each, so 100 and 100. Of these. And then I need 100 of those. Tag you in a suggestion channel whenever you get a chance. Alright, I'll take a look in a little bit. I'm going to have to take another restroom break here in a moment, so... Bam. Yeah, guys, actually, I have to take a restroom break now. It's cutting into my focus, so I'm going to put up Bobby's links if you want to check out the music from the Be Right Back screen, and I'll run the ad so it pushes back the deadline by an hour. I'll see you guys back here in a couple of minutes. Okay, everybody, I'm back. Killer, I just took a quick look at that game. That's kind of crazy. You basically, you are a planet. That's neat. Like, definitely not something I would have thought of. Attack, you're starting to push buttons, and I am about to feed you to the void. Good night, Council of Roses. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Alright, we really need more sulfuric acid in our life, because this stuff is starting to get used a lot, and we do not have enough sulfuric acid. Alright, let me go and place... Why do we have no fuel? Oh, you son of a bitch. Probably because the other planet is, Are we low on hydrogen? Yeah, because the other planet is probably chewing up the hydrogen, right? Oh no, are we just chewing up the hydrogen that quickly? Maybe adding all these extra ones was not a good idea. Let's just snip that line there for now. And let's go add this other... Shit, can we make another one? Let's see if we can make another one real quick. Tack, please stop screaming. Funny thing is that it applied for the key after I was done with my thing, and a few hours later got an email. That's awesome. 100 of that, 100 of that. Oh, I only needed 50 of that. That's fine. And now let's see how many of these... Yeah, we really don't need to make this factory crazy. I want to play it now, but saving it for Tuesday. Yeah! You know, not everything has to be now, you know, it's... I mean, I waited... I really wanted to play Dyson, like, the last 2 days, but I had other things I needed to get done, so...
Who's epic? Upgrade.
That's why I like to do these all at once. Alright, so there's the equator. And And I'd like to find where our other one is.
Application complete.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, now that I looked at it, accretion makes sense. It's the accretion disk of a black hole type of thing. Oh yeah, of course. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for suggesting the channel to Deaf Gamer Girl. You guys are amazing. I love having you here. We're doing stuff and things and making the happiness happen. I'm 29 followers from doing a 24-hour thing. Hell yeah. Guys, go follow Killer. Make him stream for 24 hours. Okay, so this should start putting us in the right direction. I mean, 3 of them isn't, you know, 40 of them, but we're getting there. Alright, let's get over there real quick. Speaking of... That may be the only one there will be. I mean, if you're going for 24 hours, I bet I could pop in for at least a couple of minutes. I mean, depends on what 24-hour time period we're talking about, because I did the math, and between streaming and my day job, I usually work about 85 hours a week, plus I do YouTube stuff, so we're talking like 90 to 95 hours a week of work time for me. It's a lot. We're literally at the point today with yellow science that we were yesterday with red science, where we're just queuing everything up because we're setting up more infrastructure. We're about to go to purple science is basically what it comes down to. We really need to get the rest of those orbital collectors down. We need to make 37 more of them. Which realistically... We've got factories for all of the parts. I think sulfuric acid is the next thing we got to make more of. If we can make more sulfuric acid, we should have plenty of materials to get those done as soon as we get enough charged, what do you call it? Trying to get it before August, but no later than the end of the year. Oh, you'll get it. Don't worry, man. You're good at stuff.
Upgrade. Cruise ended. Flight mode.
Following the power lines. I'm still kind of confused as to why the dark fog hasn't landed more stuff, you know what I mean? Okay, so we're kind of solid over here. We've got plenty of power up here. Like, we could put down more stuff and we'd be good. Just in case I want to start playing again. Oh yeah, absolutely. I like this seed. So far, anyway. I mean, some of it... I don't know, there's... The first planet's a little light on iron, but usually the first few, usually they try to go a little light on the resources early on because they want you to actually go out and explore. So this is this planet. That's that planet, which is getting chewed up. Alright, I think we'll be good burning hydrogen fuel cells. I really do want to actually, like, get up all... like, oh god, that would be so good. Okay, so this place is solid. These burn slower if it's using less power, I believe. Okay. The only other thing I could say is while we're here, we could tap into some more stuff. How is the silicon? Okay, so we've got 10,000 silicon. Yeah, we've kind of got stuff pretty well sorted on our main planet, so once the hydrogen catches up, we should be solid. Oh no, wait, this is our main planet. Yeah, so that's doing all right. Yeah, it's keeping up with demand. Yeah, so we don't need to tap anything else on this planet currently. Alright, sulfuric acid. See what the resources are on the other planets yet. Locally, I think.
Mineral depleted.
Oh, everything in our system. We haven't gotten up to 6 light years. The system is alright. Like, this planet has 5 million iron, not much copper, but that doesn't matter. 4 million silicon, 15 million titanium, some stone. This is the planet out here. The other two orbit around the gas giant, our starter and our secondary. So the secondary one over here has 10 million copper and almost 10 million silicon. The 1.5 million iron is not great, but the extra iron is over on the other planet. They kind of just split it up. 11 million stone. I mean, between the 3 planets, you've got a solid amount of resources to get stuff done, and then it's just a matter of getting to the next system. All right. So upping our sulfuric acid is now the main thing we got to do on that planet. Because one of our big goals is to get all 40 of those things on the gas giant. If we're pulling in hydrogen for power from the gas giant, that's you throw a little sprinkle a little titanium in. We're talking almost free power. We've got so much titanium in this system that it'd be dumb not to run hydrogen fuel rods in this system. Hold on, let me turn off my AC. And so, if we get sulfuric acid, that means we can get a lot more titanium alloy. The titanium alloy is what we need to get those orbital collectors. And as soon as we finish up the last of this yellow science, we can start thinking about getting purple science going. Which I don't think we're going to get too much of that done tonight. We're going to go for another couple of hours. I may take a break again shortly and do like a dinner break since we did a lunch break earlier. I'm not like super hungry, but I definitely don't want to wait till the end of stream to eat again. I'll be too hungry after that. So we're going to go maybe another half hour, 45 minutes. Then we'll take a dinner break, which will again be like 15 minutes. And we'll see what else we can get done. I would theoretically like to work on our fleet for our guy, but there's so many more important things to do. Oh, bounced off the planet. That'll happen sometimes. Okay. Now, sulfuric acid, we're going to have to get clever with, because it really... I hate the way chemical plants' input and output work. There's oil here, so...
Mineral depleted.
Auto reconstruction. Cool. I mean, we're doing sulfuric acid right here. Oh, it's... Wait, no. That's organic polymer. Okay. So plastic and sulfuric acid are the big bottlenecks we're dealing with at the moment. We can reconfigure this so that it's not as bad. Yeah, let me do that real quick. Okay, so... real quick, we're just going to patch that in direct. Shit, I didn't mean to break that whole line. That should help a little bit. I have to relearn everything because it's been so long. Yeah, there is a lot. Alright, that should help with the organic crystal production. Alright, let's go in here. Let's check out plastic again. And let's add a limit of 1 belt of refined oil. 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is what that is. Yeah, it's using the whole belt. It's just at pace. Want to get too tangled up with this because we may need to extend that when we we'll upgrade the belts and extend that at one point. I wonder, he's down for 30 minutes nap but wakes up 3 hours. Oh my god, I've done that. I wonder when they are going to be putting the vehicle system stuff that they posted all the way back on September 24th of last year. I'm curious about that myself. I mean, I don't want to rush them. These guys do a lot of stuff right. So I'm sure if it hasn't come out yet, it's because it needs the work. So, you know, we're doing yellow fast enough. So how do we get... Gotta say, let's push that way.
Mineral depleted.
Yeah, this was a temporary line. Now that that's clear, we'll do that. And we'll clear that, because that's not supplying anything, realistically. This is just going over there to make sure that the hydrogen keeps flowing for our research. We're not even quite doing... Oh, wait. Actually, yeah, we are more or less... Yeah, we're not getting a full line of this ore anymore. And this whole system over here, this is officially obsolete. This is where we were doing proliferated hydrogen fuel rods with tier 1 proliferate. Yeah, that's not quite a full line either, so... But I may need to change my phone, but stepping away, lurk mode activated. Alright, sounds good, Killer. Yeah, they have been busy. Alright, that should make sure that we have a full line of that going in there for a while. And just to stay on top of this a little bit. We're gonna do that. Why do you have so much dirt? Dark farm fog. Or dark fog farm. I've been doing it since day one. It was like the very last thing we did was get the dark fog farm going. And so, and that's one of the reasons, is so that we can have as much dirt as we do. God, I remember when we built this. It feels like forever ago. Dirt and a bunch of other stuff. The dark fog is freaking awesome. Alright, focus, Nether. Sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid. You know what? I think I want to put some sulfuric acid. It's not going to be... I don't have a lot of space to do it, but this is not a bad location. It's not a good location either. I mean, if we have enough to pave over here, that might be a good spot to put it. Alright, we should be able to rehook up this line. Oh, because we're charging shit with the extra power. That's why we're burning through the hydrogen so fast. I mean, honestly, that's reasonable. Yeah, because this sucks up any extra excess power to charge. Which is getting us these things, which we now have 78 of. There's 4 more orbital collectors in theory. So if that's 4 more orbital collectors... Right, that's why we need sulfuric acid, because the alloy. Right. I'm still sleepy. The only reason I woke up is because my wife woke me up. I hate being up during the day. I don't sleep but a few hours at a time. When I do, I'm fully acclimated to being up at night. Yeah. I understand. I don't know what's going on. This is kind of obsolete. I'll let this finish making what it's making, but this power plant is unnecessary. Hang out with you. I'm not going to go do that other thing tonight. Yeah, for sure. I'm going to be here for a little while longer. We need to make more sulfuric acid. We're just getting to the point where I'm going to have to pave a whole section of water. It's not the dirt, it's the foundations. So Let's just go grab whatever's left of the foundations over here. And let's just pick a spot to pave, I guess. Actually, we could just do this here-ish. No. There's just too many things in the way over here. It'll be fine. Alright, I'm thinking probably somewhere like right here would be a good spot, I think. I assume you got a lot further while I was gone. Did you do anything of note? We put down more orbital collectors, switched over to hydrogen fuel rods for power for the most part. I mean, we didn't switch over. We added them, and we've got a lot more power to deal with now. We've almost finished all of the science that is yellow science. I don't even know. Like, so many things. We expanded our inventory. Yeah, we're burning a lot of extra power. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna snip that there. We're charging batteries to make into stuff. So when you're charging batteries, it uses all the fuel. So, or it burns at full capacity, and we don't have enough coming in to have all of these powered at full capacity. So, yeah, I just kept adding them. We'll probably take these out at one point or another. What is on this line? Copper. So is that what's feeding our dark fog farm? Oh god. That is a problem. We're not making enough bullets. Okay, that's a problem. Let's fix that. That could go badly very quickly. Okay, so that's coming from over here. Yeah, you might be right about that, Dan. You might very well be right about that. Can we make energy weapons? We could make some energy weapons. Steel plasma exciters. Photon combiners. So we would need to make prisms. And then these two things. Okay. Yep. Energy weapons it is. We just increased it to a little bit. Alright. Let's do this. As a temporary solution. got a bit of a stockpile of copper plates here from the Dark Fog farm itself. So we're just going to feed those back into the line, and that should keep us going until we have energy weapons. Okay, that's there. No, I want to keep this as proliferator. I think... Dear God, there's just too much noise, so to speak. Not noise, just like, there's a lot going on here. I need a space that we're not going to run into an oil vein, basically. Which, hey, this seems to work pretty good, actually. Yeah, you know what? Let's put down a factory here. Yeah, oh yeah. All the resources are limited. I mean, you could set it on infinite resources, but I don't do that. But you increase vein utilization, and it increases the efficiency. So, like, you can kind of... It becomes not infinite, but... You remember we're talking about repeatable science? You can get it to the point where, like, for every one that's in the node, you're like, harvesting 100 type of thing. So, it's not really... I think even further than that. So it's not really infinite, but once you get out, instead of having like 1 million of something on a planet, it's got like 30 million. And at that point, your vein utilization is so high, it's like, oh, right. All right, so we're going to set you to... You know what? No, this is not a good spot. I need to be able to put 3 factories right next to each other. So really right here is kind of a good spot. What happened? Carrie, actually! What's going on? How are you tonight? Guys, go follow Carrie. Carrie's an awesome person. Much smarter than me at a lot of things. Her Ani liquid organization is just one of my new favorite things in the world. How you doing, Carrie? I'm very tired. Stayed in a hotel in San Francisco last night that had the worst bed. Oh my God. I don't sleep well in like outside beds. Like, if I'm not in my bed, I'm not getting a good night's sleep, period. Okay. So we kind of need 3 of these reasonably close together. That ought to do it. So I think prisms are made from glass. Do we have a glass factory? I don't think we have a glass factory. Well, that's going to be a whole thing now. I know we have a backlog of glass, though, so... you're just straight glass into prisms. So let's go in here. Six machines, so oh, what do the photon combiners need? Prisms and circuits. So that's glass, circuits, prisms, and coils. That's 4 things. Could actually probably do this with 2 towers. Hang on. So we need to supply plasma exciters, photon combiners, and prisms. And we would need to request coils and circuits. And glass. That's 6. So yeah, we could do this with 2 of these. You know what? I'm not gonna bother. That's just, we don't need to be that stingy with our resources. Hotel pillows are the worst. Yeah, agreed. Hotel anything is the worst. You're two out, 1 in. And you're 2 out, 1 in. Oh, actually, that's why you're going to be prisms, because you're going to go there and there. We're going to do it here, though. That's going to go in. That's going to go out. So do the upgrades make your build speed go up? Yes. So those little drones that fly around, you get more and more little drones. They get faster. And so all of that makes you be able to build way faster. It gets to the point where it gets pretty crazy. Like, we're just going to kind of prep for the eventuality of things. What's that pin message? Yes, that's the seed, Leviathan. So if you guys want to play along, that's what we're doing right there. And since it records everybody's number, if you guys play on the same seed, then when we look at the universe, it'll show all of us and how much power each of us is generating with our Dyson spheres. Doot. Okay, so we need prisms over here. You're going to demand glass. I know we've got a backlog of glass from our dark fog farm, so that'll be cool. But I don't actually think we've set up to mass produce glass yet. So that's what we're gonna have to do reasonably soon here. Like, basically we're gonna build this and then we're gonna go build the thing that's gonna... I'm doing it backwards is what I'm trying to get at. Okay, now we change prism to an input, and we want this to be photon combiners. So 12, right? 12 of them. Okay, yeah. So legit just 12. That's 11. That's 12. Oh, I'm not flying. Photon combiners. Paste everything. Storage. Demand. Supply. Okay. You are going to storage. God, what was the other thing we were making? Plasma exciters. Supply that, and we need to demand coils. And this goes to plasma exciter. Oh, that would be 2 belts of coils. So let's make coils the limiter on this one. We would only need 4 to use a full belt of coils. Not that we have a full belt of coils, but that's why we're using it as a limiter for coils, because we probably don't... Coils get used in every fucking thing. mean, we only have 1 or 2 things that need plasma exciters at the moment, so it's not like it matters, but, you know. Lack of item. Well, good thing we're right here. Cool. That'll do. Okay. Fantastic. Let's go make glass somewhere. Where's a convenient grouping of stone? I mean, that's not convenient. There's a lot of stone over here, though. Nope, nope, nope. Let's not get stupid. Here's some stone all the way up by its lonesome. LAPD, yeah. And then we have... Oh, I gotta remember that the reason we're doing this is because... we need to make weapons. Okay. 12 gives us a full belt. A full belt gets us half a belt of glass. So...
Mineral depleted.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Lack of item. Of course. We went a long time without mining drills. What do we need? Oh dear God. Plate, circuit, coil, and gears. Which we're all making somewhere on the planet. This is why you wind up making, like, making malls for stuff. I can't wait till we have our mega mall. All right, let's get half a plate of glass coming out, because we have enough. We have 2 of these, which is enough to. How many smelters do we need? 6. That's probably way too long. And Remember how, like, I don't know, like an hour ago, I was like, we really need to be making more sulfuric acid? And we haven't started making more sulfuric acid yet? I mean, to be fair, we are trying to make sure that our dark fog farm doesn't turn into a bunch of enemies annihilating our base at the moment, so there is that. Okay. Why is Proliferator not coming out? Why are these not working? They have no power. How do you guys have no power? That's a problem. There we go. Let's not let that break down. That was a close one. At least we had a huge amount of it stockpiled. What was I coming over here for? Oh, I was going to put down a place to make laser turrets. Because we have a few other things over here. Nice. So we have plenty of charged batteries. Which means we can make all those orbital collectors. Where was I making... Jesus. Yep, can't wait to do a bunch of other nonsense on this planet. There was a spot we were making just a couple of little things, right? That'll do.
Depleted.
Like, wow, fuck, what were we making? Oh, it's right here. I was like, duh, it's right here. We're making, yeah. So this is as good a place as any to make laser turrets. Freaking laser beams. you are lasers. Steel, plasma exciters, photon combiners, and circuits. Steel, photon combiners, and circuits. Let's just put all these down lower. It's funny because I know this factory isn't even scratching the surface of what you can do in this game, but it already is looking wild to me. Yeah, that's the way this game works. Like, we haven't even started building the Dyson sphere. Oh, are we not supplying these? We just built this factory. Shit. Okay. That's what I love about this game, Dan. Remember I said it was like... I mean, it's not necessarily super straightforward, but it's also like... Do you see how fast I can build up a factory with just a little bit of knowledge? Oh, it literally is glass. It didn't have drones in it. That'll do it right there. Okay, we need mining. That's right. We just said let's get it going. And now it's going, but we need a lot more glass, so we need more miners. Which we didn't make over here, because I was like, screw it, we'll just make a bunch by hand, and then we won't need them for a while. And a while is now, so... circuits, coils, gears, and plate. We're making gears. Looks huge. Future nether becomes present nether. I mean, like I said, we've got maybe a third, close to a half of the planet. We're gonna get to the point where we have like dozens of planets just covered completely. This is small potatoes. This is all tier 1 belts. We can get quad stacked tier 3 belts and the factories start getting huge. And iron plate, which is funny enough that is one of the things that is a problem in our lives. Where do we have iron plate going into a, you know what? $92? Sounds good to me. So good. Okay, now let's go make a whole bunch more glass. How many arrangements of 12 can we get on this? Okay. Fair enough, game. Like, I don't even, I feel weird saying this. It's like we were talking about earlier. This is more or less the tutorial. Like, oof, no. That looks terrible. Like, I'm trying real hard just to get all this research done. What are we slowed down on up here? Okay, so I'm betting yellow science is where the bottleneck is. Alright, so now we should be getting a full belt of glass. That's 6. That's 3. Can we get any more mining drills on here somehow? That's 4. No, not really. I mean, I could probably do some sort of crazy load balancing thing, but I think for the sake of glass, it's just not really worth it. I mean, there's plenty of other places we can make glass, too. Alright, let's see if that gets us any of the laser turrets. Then we can get back to making sulfuric acid. Yep, we have a few laser turrets. 22 laser turrets. Okay. Freaking laser beams. Oh, did it, like, actually kill? Plasma Sentry, Raider Camp. Oh, that's a Raider Camp. Oh yeah, we don't actually want you killing that thing. That is not cool. Okay. Raider camp. Plasma sentry. No, don't destroy that. We actually want that to live. All right, these things are not in a great place. What happened? All right, you go there to burn down the plasma sentry. Don't just nope. I should really just unload my weapons. Okay. And now we're farming with lasers. Much better. Much better. Okay, so now we're not wasting copper, which is good. So now let's chase down the ammunition line. Stop that, you... The base grows up so fast. Now I've got a bunch of bullets that I don't know what to do with. Because we're never going to use them again. You know what? I'm just going to cram them over here. Here, you can have those and these. That'll work for me. Oh, random junk? Yeah, let's just clear the litter. There we go. Easy peasy. Okay. Can we finally make sulfuric acid? Oh, we can take this out. Oh, and here's a... Oh, there's a whole bunch of stone over here as well. How are we doing on glass? You know what? I was gonna say, like, let's use this for sulfuric acid, but since we're right next to the glass area, and we're gonna be using a lot of glass now, let's make more glass. Sure, that'll work. Ish. Why not? Hook up the buttons. There. Now we're making a bunch more glass. That's fantastic. Now, I need more stone. Hey, look, there's stone up here at the pole. Oh, and you.
Upgrade.
Now, if I remember correctly, sulfuric acid is petroleum, stone, and water. That's like the perfect place to make sulfuric acid. Other than the fact that it's going to be an awkward factory because we're like right on the planet's like central point there. Okay, so maximize sulfuric acid out of, let's say, a belt of stone. Sulfuric acid ocean. Okay, there we are. Okay, let me think here. Yeah, I've had an amazing day, Dan. This is fantastic. So much shit got done. So much more shit's getting done, too. God, it might be easier just to put it all into the cloud and call it down. Yeah. That is what we're going to do, because we're at that point where that is a more viable tactic than doing it at a resource node. Right, even the oil, because the oil just is in such a shitty location. All of, like, working at the top like this is terrible for working on factories. So we're just gonna do this the quick way. Sure, that'll work. Easier for you if we just go like that. Meat suit maintenance? Alright, hang on one second. Let me finish running these lines. Alright, we can do this real quick. Oh, snap, crackle, pop. Oh. Oh. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. Every weekend he does one really long stream. I tend to do like I do at least 12 hours on a Saturday or a Sunday usually. I mean, we're coming up on the 12-hour mark, I suppose. We'll probably go longer than 12 hours. Alright, that gets all that going. That puts crude oil and stone into the cloud. Answering exchange code. Oh, yeah. Now, somewhere that it's not going to get in the way, we need to put down a sulfuric acid factory. What's up, Dan? Why are you dead? Plastic is not getting any refined oil. That is a problem. And I never heard you say laser turrets use power as ammo, or do they have an ammo? No, they use power. Yeah, absolutely. Not working. Why is this not working? Wait a sec. What? Coal. It's not getting any coal. Gotcha. Well, we can fix that. Look at this. See, we're past the point of the game where it matters what you, like, where you build things. You just find the resource nodes. And you do this. Yeah. Well, that's why laser turrets are the preferred method for dealing with dark fog farms, because at that point, you don't have to, like, worry about running out of a resource, other than the resource that's making power. I mean, in theory, if we ran out of, no. If we ran out of titanium, or we ran out of hydrogen, we wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But titanium and hydrogen, like, we have an obscene amount of titanium that we're not using on on the second planet, and then we have a gas giant that provides us with unlimited hydrogen. We just got to go and tap it. Okay, and I suppose if we're going to be making sulfuric acid, we need to make sure that this is done. So let's go find some more coal and do the same thing. Like over here, that coal, let's get that. So happy to have laser turrets working on the farm. And this is basically what we start doing, is we go to other planets and we do exactly what I'm doing right here. Just hit up every node that you can. No longer burning copper for ammo. Nope. We are now officially official. I've had days playing this game where I literally spent the entire day just pick a planet and put down mining drills. And just put it all into ILSs. Just like, okay, just there it is. I brought an obscene amount of drones and an obscene amount of ILSs, and let's just shove every resource up into the sky. Julie, raiding with a party of 43. How are you, Julie? How are you, raiders? What's going on? How is the day treating you? What were you up to today? You are amazing. Thank you for the raid. Hi, raiders. I'm sure I know a lot of you because me and Julie have a lot of overlap in our community. I'm Nethercloud. Play Oxygen Not Included, RimWorld. We just started doing a Dyson Sphere program playthrough. We do a lot of stuff. Hi, Leofar. How the heck are you? The factory has grown. Yeah, I do long streams on the weekend. I usually stream on Saturdays, but since I couldn't stream on a Saturday because of adulting, I swapped it to Sunday. Okay, so we've got a bunch of coal up in the atmosphere now. It doesn't even feel like 11 hours. I got so well rested today. Programming stuff all day, exploring like that is fun. I'd like to see more planet types, planetary rings, nebula, asteroids, minor. Ooh, I like that, Shane. That's a cool idea. That's a neat idea. Okay, so we've got coal going up. Which means the petroleum should, or not, refined, whatever the fuck it's called, should start flowing again. Hi, Night CEO. How are you? What is up? Okay, so that means the refined oil is now flowing back over here because the coal is flowing over there. Bottleneck dealt with. Dear God, what am I doing? You know, we could just straight up set up a, yeah, let's set up another refined oil factory because we're starting to get to the point where we're leaning so heavy on refined oil. Oh, on the Ani map, we vacuumed the whole map. Okay, we're about to do something real dumb here. And by dumb, I mean fun, but it's probably going to make my computer cry. We tamed the niobium volcano. We tamed the 4 iron volcanoes on the Tundra asteroid. God, I don't even know what else we did. Okay, so... let's start about here. And we're going to... let's call that there. It's like Factorio, but with multiple planets. Every one of these planets you can land on and build a factory. We have ships actually flying. These are our ships flying back and forth between that planet and this planet. And then every star in this system you can set has planets around it to set up factories. This entire thing can become factories. I guess Factorio has space now too, but... and the goal is to build a Dyson sphere. Is a pretty version of Factorio. Yeah. I hate to say that's part of the reason I never got into Factorio, but... God, I try so hard to get into it, and it's just so ugly. How you doing, DC? I guess it's time to queue up all of this. Or smoother and glossy. Yeah, it looks so pretty. Alright, I just have to wait for this to build. We just copy and pasted this entire factory. I used to like playing it, but once you make the Dyson instead, it's kind of over. I kind of get obsessed with doing... So you know how we go in Ani and we do these crazy creative builds? Like, you know, petroleum boilers and sour gas boilers and all that? I kind of get that way with Dyson, where I'm like, let me make a factory that's designed to take up an entire planet. Of course, Julie, go get yourself some rest. I will be here. I will entertain everybody as much as I can, I swear. Why does it look like some of those refineries aren't doing anything? It's just an animation bug. They're probably backed up. Yeah. So these are putting stuff out, and by the time they're getting down here, these can't put stuff out. It's kind of we may have overbuilt a little bit. Maybe just a little. Also, we're using proliferator, so these are putting out more than they're supposed to. Bye, Julie. Meat suit maintenance. All right. We do stretches. We do squats. We do water. Wait a second. Wait, hold on. Oh, we don't have all the refineries. Okay. Let's do squats. We got to make more refineries. Squats to keep Nether out of the hospital. Yeah, so Dan, when you add proliferator, it makes extra product. So we designed this to put out an entire belt of each of the resources, but they're actually putting out like maybe a belt and a half, so the belts will get clogged a little bit. Alright, refineries. That is all stuff we can make. Or speed, yeah. Extra product or speed. Correct. You are correct, sir. Okay, so... we want one of these... what, like here? Yeah. So that'll go in there. That'll go there. That'll go there. And honestly, we can delete this, and if I'd have lined it up just a little bit better... oh, it is lined up. Oh, it's almost like I planned that shit. I didn't. I haven't heard him all day. He goes through his ups and down phases, of course. I think he's pouting either in the closet or the bathroom, where he does. We're going to demand oil. We're going to demand coal. We're going to take our evening meds. Oh man, Posture didn't say it first. Anybody heard from Posture? Posture never misses a med warning. Alarm! What's up, Leofar? Leo, I had so much fun building your Niobium tamer. That shit was awesome. You might not have an alarm set for Sunday since you don't normally... ah, that's true, that's true. Very fair. Alright, you are going to be crude oil. You... are going to be coal. We're going to supply that. And these... we're actually going to wind up putting 2 belts worth in here with this factory. So we're going to see how we can do that. Okay, we need to make more refineries. Steel, stone, circuits, and plasma exciters. Is enough of that at our dark fog farm? Probably not. Most of it is probably somewhere else now. Are you? You're fully stacked. You're... oh, you're not. So here's another thing I do all the time, is if I see an oil node here, now that we're at this point, I'm going to stick an oil extractor down here. And I'm just going to run that over there into that tower, and I'm going to go in here and go supply oil. And we're not doing great on power, but we did add more... this, so let's hook that back up. Knew that time would come eventually. Okay, so that's going good. Solar cell life, cool. There's so many things that I'm researching now that I'm like, I don't even really need this. We're just trying to do as much research as possible.
Mineral depleted.
What the hell? Extractors. We're making extractors. Focus, Nether. Focus. Steel. Okay. Circuits. Am I making... I have to be making stone blocks somewhere. Right, that's the dark fog one. I don't think I'm actually making stone blocks anywhere. Yeah. Oh, that's right, because we had them going onto a line somewhere. Oh my god. Well, let's find some more stone. This is the way this whole thing goes. There's stone over here. In the middle of our wind farm. Oh, did we put stone into the cloud somewhere? Quite possibly. Let's just put this up on a, yeah. Just clear some of that out. Put them back in. I mean, we made them, we might as well, you know, keep using them type of thing, but... This is what I mean, like, I spend a lot of time doing this. Once you get the upgraded miners, which you gotta get to another planet and another solar system to do, you don't have to run nearly as many belts, but you spend a lot of time just, oh, let's go tap that resource node. Grading crystal, that's the stuff. Fine. You don't want to play nice? We don't have to play nice. Here. Lack of item. Perfect. Alright, we'll put back down everything we had. Now we've got stone going into the air. We're still trying to get to sulfuric acid. Where is that? Oh, wait. All the way back from the beginning of the game. One of the very first things we put down. Coming in clutch. Right there. Life is hilarious that way. I don't think we have a proper steel setup either. This place is such a fucking shit show. All right, so we have that. So stone, plasma exciters. Circuits, steel. There's got to be a place that's requesting steel that has a buffer somewhere. Did we ever make like a steel smeltery? Or have we just been like going off of what random scraps we've got laying around for a while? I don't think we ever made a proper steel smeltery. But here is some steel. So at one point we're going to have to put down stone blocks and steel. But not right now. Okay, so water, refine, okay. I mean, since we're here, do I have water extractors on me?
Fabrication complete.
I do, I've got 30 of them. What's over here? Why are you supplying petroleum? Oh, do we have to do some shenanigans? No, this doesn't make sense. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16, 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8. God, I can't count. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. So there's 16. So these should be producing enough. But they're not. Just looked at the weather and it's supposed to be 109 here this week. Ick. That's disgusting.
Upgrade.
Oh yeah, so the hydrogen starts to back up over here because of the way this starts. Vroom. Yeah, we have an emote for that. Way ahead of you. Did I literally put this down for this purpose and never do it? I probably did.
Insufficient materials.
Wait, I don't have any more splitters? Really? Okay, I gotta remember to come over here. I snipped the line, I have to remember to come back here. Get the splitters, come back there. Oh, Jesus. Right, because I was making these with the Mega Mall in mind. Damn, how many of these fit in here? I will take all of the stuff here. Excellent. Oh, you know what? While we're here, Tesla towers. These never go out of style. Wow. I always forget how much these logistic things can hold. There we go. I mean, while we're here, always great to have a few extra of these on you. What else is over here? I usually have a field of buffer tank storage for hydrogen and refined oil before it gets shipped elsewhere. Fix the line. Right. Fix the line. I'm going. Maybe. Need a few of these. I seriously, these take exactly what these put out, but for some reason the hydrogen line backs up. Oh no, wait, it is putting out a full belt. Yeah, you know what? Buffer tank it is. Not even buffer tank, just here's an overflow tank. It depends on what tier belts you're using. These belts carry 6 per second of any item, but you can also get technology to stack the belts up to 4 deep. So if we had the quad stacked and we were using tier 1 belts, we would actually be doing 24 items per slot. And then they go up to tier 3 belts. So a tier 3 quad stacked belt carries, I don't even know, a fuck ton. So nothing on this planet is running on, this whole planet is more or less running on tier 1 belts. just because it's a pain in the ass to automate tier 2 and tier 3 at the moment. So until we get to the point where we have to, I'm just kind of doing whatever. Puppy needs to go out. Go take care of the puppy. Puppy, 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 puppy. Tier 1 runs are double. Just don't make them factory lines so long. This planet is all just garbage. This planet will run until the nodes run dry, and then we'll rip everything out. The planetary mall I'm designing is set up so that you can just drop things in the beginning, and every single item has a place to get sorted to. So when we do have to rip out planets, we can literally rip out the planet, go and dump it in a chest, and like do that over and over until the entire planet is dumped into storage, and then repurpose the entire planet. So that's kind of why I designed it that way, among other things. Remember like hours ago when I was like, we need to make sulfuric acid? And now I'm over here like, wait, what else do we need to make? Kinda need to make stone block. Which is like one of the dumbest things to need to make, but I mean, you need things, right? Mineral depleted, of course.
Mineral depleted.
Am I doing this? I don't want to do this. Never mind. We have some refineries. How many refineries? Doesn't matter. 3 is fine. We're not going to put down any more refineries right now. Oh, H2SO4. Yep. And I'm just over here like, where are we going to put this? That motor factory is going to... I'm just kind of like, everything is going to grow. So I'm just like, I never want to put anything anywhere because I'm like, yeah, it's just going to get in the way. Hey, look here. Place that's not going to grow, but we don't have enough foundations for. Seek that out for my first warp jump to a new star system. That and organic crystal. Yeah, sulfuric acid oceans and grading crystal and organic crystal are good to get out there. There's a lot of good stuff out in the world. Okay, there's got to be a better spot to do things. Maybe this little patch of land. Ah, there's stone there. Might get in the way. Might. Why not? Screw it. We got to get it down. It's not like it matters. Question is, how do I want to do it? So if we've got a belt of stone, we can get half a belt of sulfuric acid. We could have more than that, though. So are their laser turrets the best for Dark Fog Farm, or are there higher tiers of weaponry that end up being better? Lasers are the best for Dark Fog because they're just going to constantly be working. You're gonna wind up burning up a lot of ammunition if you use anything other than lasers. Unless you're talking about like the space Dark Fog, which you wind up using plasma turrets a lot, but they don't hit nearly as often. And if you destroy the hives, not a big deal. So I guess this really isn't all that hard.
Upgrade.
Possibly right there. 3 ingredients out, 1 ingredient in. How wide are these things again? That'll work. Right? Ooh, we can steal from there to get the proliferate. We should probably double up on this. What was the web page called? Oh, hang on one second. It is factorialab.github.io, and they have, and then you just select Dyson Sphere program. Are you enjoying the self-design? Yeah, I love doing things, just making things as I go. I never build this sloppy in any game that I play. But today I was just like, screw it. This playthrough has just legit been, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna just slam together as much stuff as possible to get through the research, and I'll worry about it all later. We'll just make a nicer planet somewhere else. I know next to nothing about this game. I'm legit just asking. Is there a logistical reason why you make the belts go to the end of the building? It seems like they pick up before that. So, no, it's just easier for my brain to work. When I design stuff for real, I'll actually go in and trim the belts like this. You know, so it looks all tidy. Kind of best that way until a mission complete, then can explore blueprints if you're interested. Yeah, I like to make my own blueprints in general, but I do occasionally go on and look at stuff. I find that when I'm looking for blueprints, it's never quite what I'm looking for. Like, I'm not saying there aren't good ones, but it's always like, oh, I want this piece of this one, or I want that piece of this one. I'm betting that we need more water. $7.2 equals a full belt. What did we just put down? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. The whole planet ones I stole, not spending 20 hours. I'm designing a full planet one. I will probably design several full planet ones. I love that shit. Now... God, I wish there was a flip thing. Now cover up the water and watch them work. It's not worth the foundations right now. We're running low on foundations. It's another thing I've got to step up production on. There's always something you got to step up production on, right? Always chasing the bottleneck. Yeah, until you like start fully ratioing things, it's like... And like, you can almost never quite get there. I mean, you can, but... That's where you get into like doing the black box style designs. Okay. Now, that should get us a decent enough amount of sulfuric acid, which will do titanium alloy, which means we can start doing... We can stop watching TV! No, holy shit. What do we need to do? We need... orbital collectors is what we're trying. All day today has been orbital collectors. This seemed best overall. For super late landing. Yeah. I'm making that the planetary mall that I'm designing. I am basically making the planet itself a black box. So the planet will take in raw resources, make all of the things it needs for the entire main bus with every item on it necessary to make every building in the game. We haven't even launched solar cells yet. Okay. Now, orbital collectors. We need like 37 of them. No. Yeah, 37. So, calculator. We need 780 of the charged things. Well, there's 100. So I have 130. So 5, 6, we can make 6. Ugh. You're going up to 500. We have plenty of power. So 6 of them. Five times 20 is 100, so we need 600 titanium alloy. That will take 881. That's fine. Actually, now we have exactly 600. For a while, and I might do this again, what I would do is set these to 4,000 instead of 5,000. That way, if I had extra, I could dump it back in. $50 times 6. 300 of the blue motors. Which I feel like there should be some around here. Yeah. And then 600 of the green motors. Well, that's got to get increased. Time to get you up to 1,000. Right, they're getting over here, so... Cool. That is what we were doing. Oh, wait, I have more. Ooh. I have 60 more, so I can make... Oh, Jesus. God, these triple proliferated deuterium rods are phenomenal. Purple and black is my favorite aesthetic. I've recently thrown white in there so as a highlight color, because purple and black tends to be too, like, dark in general. But yeah. Alright, we need to make more of these. How many more? That is the question. Let's just take that. Let's just take that. And titanium alloy again. So next stream, we're probably going to be pushing really hard to get that planetary mall up. We'll have to downgrade just about everything. But we'll gradually re-upgrade. I think that's the plan. And like, we're going to do Dyson Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then Ani on Tuesday, Thursday. Saturday, I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to play in general, but we'll figure that out when we figure that out. Like, I'm kind of obsessed with this game at the moment, so... God, it is going to take so long to handcraft all these. 760... That's 10 minutes. What can we do for 10 minutes? 13 minutes. That's close enough. Wait, are we a ship short on this one? I think we might be a ship short, which is not ship shape. Yeah, we were a ship short. That'll help. Oh, I bet our deuterium fuel rods are nicely cooked up. Oh, that's beautiful. I mean, honestly, we probably don't need to go and place these orbital collectors. I mean, that doesn't mean we won't. Oh, I know what we got to build. The distribution drones need a factory. We have all that running. Oh, engines, huh? So we need to make engines, and then we need to make both of the distribution things. I mean, there are engines in the dark fog, but those will run out quick. I already forgot what engines are made out of. Copper and coils. Yeah, let's just do, okay, so that's going to be 10. That's going to be more than enough engines for us. We just need a little piece of real estate. I'm thinking right here is a good spot. I always tell myself at one point I'll go back and like add different colors and do designs and stuff, and then I never do. I already forgot what I'm doing. Engines, right. I really should have at least this done up. Come on, let me, there we go. What line is it on? That line. put these in here for that. Then we will go engine, coils and copper. Put this right here. And then what does the actual building require? Plasma exciters. Okay, so plasma exciters, chips, plate. And this has engines. Yeah, so we could legitimately, that's 3 items. You know what, I don't... you know what, we should proliferate it, just because it's... And let's limit you to like 100. Yeah, I was just thinking, I was like, I don't really want to proliferate it, but that's going to mean that the input resources are less, since we're trying to keep things chill. See, we could make the fidget spinners themselves here. But screw it. Let's just be opportunistic with this stone that's here. Odo, what's going on? How are you? Yeah, I'm a little obsessed with this game. Guys, go follow Odo. Odo is amazing. Odo, factory game. Look at the factory. See, if I make the spinners themselves here, it's going to make me want to make the other bits here as well. And then we'd have to put down a second tower. I mean, we might as well. Could do it like here. I'm not against diagonal belts, but eh. Alright, let's make the spinners here, maybe? No, because we got to call something else in. I just decided that. Right. Let's just go somewhere else. This isn't going to move anytime soon, so we could theoretically put it down, like, let's say right here. Yeah, that'll do. Where are these little buggers? Right there. limit of... Jesus. What's the highest level on those things? Like, what's the most it needs? It needs 2 iron plate. So let's limit it by iron plate. We would need 4 buildings. We might need to move that, actually. 3 ends. Yeah, let's shift that over to the side just a little bit. I don't want to stop either. That's the problem. Like, I'm going to stop within the hour, I would say.
Replication complete.
But I don't want to. And these, we don't care about these going into there. We're going to actually just put them into a storage box because we're eventually going to want them in our inventory rather than in the planetary dealie. You... Pretty sure you just started like last week or so. This is the 3rd time we're streaming this. Engines, chips, and plate. Did I leave room for proliferator? No. No, I did not. Engine, chips, plates. Those need exciters. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Engines. Chips, plate. If we grab exciters, then we can do both here, and I kind of want to do that. So yeah, we're gonna forego the proliferate on this. I want to be building Dyson Sphere like ASAP. I've been wanting to get solar sails up. Sunlight? That's not right. I've only been playing for an hour. Oh my god, right? I'm not even going to limit these. These I will. If we go in here, go to buildings, and these guys. So 4 of them. So same deal. And it's 3 pieces, so 1, 2, 3, and we'll put the box down here. Hi, Nether. I've been lurking most of the day. How's stream going? It's going good, Mandu. We're gonna be wrapping up soon-ish, I would say. How are you doing? These will limit to a row. We need all this. We're basically starting to get to the point where we are building so that we can do our planetary mall. I know I've said that like 10 times, but I'm trying to remind myself at this point. You need chips, exciters, and plates. I'm hanging in there. Tried, but can't sleep as per usual. Yeah, I hear you on that one. Oh wait, these are supposed to be outputs, not inputs. Okay, so those guys are going. Which is good, because we've got so much shit everywhere that if we toss those on some stuff that we really need, we can just kind of fly around and make sure that we have everything we need. Also, research. Solid. You only need that, but why do you increase? Oh, okay, because we need this one and this one. Not that we need any of these things. We're just queuing up literally anything that we can at this point. So we're basically like going to finish yellow science. I mean, finish anything that's blue, red, or yellow. Obviously, then we got to get up to purple. So, excellent. Okay, I'm trying to think what else. So we need ILSs, lots of belts, lots of assemblers, sorters, splitters. Could also automate the proliferator stuff. I mean, we need a lot, but not a lot like the other shit. Yeah, we can go put... How did I wind up with uncharged accumulators? So we're gonna go to, yeah, that, remember when I was like, how do we kill 10 minutes? And that was like half an hour ago? Mood 2? Yeah. Just kill 10 minutes, 3 hours later. Exactly. Fucking exactly. Alright, as far as things we need automated, we don't need a lot of things automated at this point. Oh god, Dark Fog is now officially level 8. Oh, 9 is where we get the next group of... there's a claw in my back. So we're gonna have to set up a couple of more of these next time. Yeah. Ooh, the prisms are, got a lot of prisms on the line. That's being sucked dry. Surprisingly, the motors are okay. Why is the plastic... Never mind. Sucked dry. Oh my god. You're terrible. I said it. Yeah, I did. True. My fault.
Cruise mode.
I am loving the deuterium fuel rods. Not gonna lie, it's fantastic. I do have to do like some paperwork for work, but it's gonna take me like 10 minutes to do, so. Oh man, if you ever get stuck on a gas giant, you literally have to manually collect hydrogen until you've got enough to break free of the atmosphere. It is not a good time. So this should massively up our deuterium, which I guess we should go and build those, the power plants that are above the thermal ones so that we can start burning deuterium rods now that we're going to be collecting a lot. Although the hydrogen fuel rods are kind of just doing the trick. Okay, lack of item. Okay, we got about a quarter, maybe a third of the planet. About a third of the planet, give or take.
Cruise mode. Flight mode.
These things. They require carbon nanotubes. Snap, crackle, pop. Also, sorry being loopy and having the humor of a teenage boy doesn't help. No, don't worry, Mandu. You're all good. You're all good. Don't worry. We don't really need to make these. The thermal power plants are good at this point. I'm trying not to get into purple science, because if we get into purple science, that just opens a whole other can of worms. Where are these going? Over here. There's actually a lot of orange chips.
Upgrade.
Okay, so everything up there requires purple. You require purple. Hey, look, it's a cat. Okay, so vertical construction can go a little bit more. We're almost done with the upgrades in here. I'm pretty sure we're done with all the technology. Yeah, we are. We're done with all the technology that's just yellow. We have to get the purple to do anything after this. Okay, where did we just set up those logistic spots? Because that's kind of an important thing right now. There's so much shit on this planet, we need to start putting those down and supplying our robot with the stuff we need. There's a few more buildings I want to automate, but okay, so some of this stuff over here doesn't need to be here because we're going to need the space for something. I want all of them. You, at least 1,500. You. Why can't I set that? Oh, there we go. We also want these to give them, we want these themselves. We want these. It will count what's in our inventory, which is good. What else? These guys we already have set up. Those. What else? What else? What else? That's kind of the main stuff we're grabbing. If we see other stuff along the way, we'll figure it out. So let's start going around the planet setting these up. So over here, provide to Icarus. These I don't care about so much. Do I have... I do have smelters on the list. Oh, storage boxes. We definitely want storage boxes on there. Oh God. No, 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 no. Too much, too much. And actually, yeah. Let's do that as well. I mean, if we can only hold that many, oh my God. Oh, so it allows you to set it all the way up. Oh, that sucks. Well, that, I feel like you should only be able to set that as high as you can get at the moment. We're going to set those all to collect and take from. Okay, so let's go down the list again. Let's go with... Sure. Sure, that's fine. I don't even care. This needs to be 2400. That's fine. Don't know how many this is, but let's say 4,000. That maxes out at 1,000, so let's do that. Actually, I think it goes higher than that. You. Sure, that's fine.
Upgrade.
200. Don't know how many you carry, but let's call it 100. Oh god, we actually need this to be up higher. Oh god, I just said all these things, now I'm resetting all of these things. Gotta love fidget spinners. You know, 50 is good. We set you. Okay, I think that's properly set now, so provide and collect, provide and collect. Oh god. The boxes are... I do want the level 2s. We are making them. Let's call that 500. I might set some of these on do not collect. those. Okay. Now, what else around this world do we need? I mean, plenty of stuff, obviously, but let's go find all of the things that are actually buildings that we want in our inventory. What are you? Hydrogen fuel rods? Right. Those came from. I mean, I remember where they came from, but it's like, I don't know what I'm going to do with those. I'm not making any buildings over here. Except over here, we've got the, deuterium and these. Gotcha. So we need you there. Oh, cool. It knows what they are. Perfect. Oh. Forgot I had to put those things in there. Those are in there. Those are in there. Okay. Fantastic. I don't really care about laser turrets. I kind of want these in here, though. These will come in handy. Not these. What else are we making that is buildings? I think we're real close on that, right? I think we've got the belts, the poles, the deuterium, the foundations, those, got that. We didn't put laser turrets, but I don't care. Okay, everything that we've got on our logistics bar, we've got a hat on. I mean, that seems like a reasonable place to call stream. How reasonable do I want to be, though? Is it vertical? Reasonable, smeasonable. Right. Well, I do have to get up at 6 in the morning tomorrow. All right, I think we've actually got all the last of the yellow science queued up. Like, I think this is it. So literally, when we play tomorrow night... That sounds unreasonable. So literally, when we play tomorrow night, it's about getting purple science online. And once we get purple science online... Is that purple? That is purple. We can start getting the rockets up and running. What does purple science require? Particle broadband. Oh, so we could legitimately start launching rockets, right? Oh, that needs quantum chips. That needs quantum chips, but we're doing deuterium quite a bit. I don't even know where the solar cells were. We got them so long ago. There they are. You require... Easy enough. Easy enough. So we might want to start... Thing is, if we launch solar sails, we're just collecting photons. And do we have anything to do with photons yet? Oh, get that on there. Okay, so literally we have to get here before collecting photons is useful. So our goal is to get to artificial stars and be able to power them with antimatter. Wow. Hi, buddy. Hi. Hi, hamster boy. Okay. We gotta call it, because I want to eat some more food, and I've got to write up some paperwork real quick for tomorrow. So we're gonna save this. We're gonna quit the game. Aye! That is a stab in my neck. And we're gonna see if anybody's awake to raid out to. Okay, let's see if anybody's playing Dyson. If not, we'll raid out to somebody we know playing something else. Sure, why not? Let's raid over here. Oh dear God. That is very loud. So we're gonna raid over to Solar Solid. And we'll be back tomorrow night. I don't know. We'll figure out what the schedule is going to be. I'm planning on doing Dyson Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, but I kind of want to do it on Saturdays. So if we do it on Saturdays, it makes more sense to swap it over to Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, I think. But that puts Ani on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and we've been doing Ani on Tuesday and Thursday for like years now, literally. So I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. There is the raid. Thank you guys for sticking around so long. Thank you to the raiders that came in with all the other raids. And yeah, had a great time tonight. Thank you guys so much for chilling. I will see everybody tomorrow. Bye.
Am I truly